Pre-show music. This is the pre-show music. Pre-show music playing strong. Pre-show music playing long. This is the pre-show music, so you can relax and have a good time while you wait for pictures to appear. Oh crap, what is that? Screen's done. Okay, well, my wife is going to have to monitor their screens being done. Peer pre-show music. It's the best thing in the world. Pre-show music. Tell me what rhymes with world. Pre-show music. Pre-show music. Here, everybody sing pre-show music. This is the... Seriously, you all have to sing. Show music. Pre-show music playing strong. Pre-show music playing long. This is the pre-show music, so you can relax and have a good time while you wait for pictures to appear. Pre-show music, it's the best thing in the world. Pre-show music, tell me what rhymes with world. Pre-show music, pre-show music. All right. Okay. Everybody hear me all right? Hello, Kyle. Hello, Joel. Thanks for coming out, guys. Let's see. Do I have any other timers that are going to be going off? That was unacceptable. I'll have various timers that are going to go off all night because I am under the tyranny of the timers, as I mentioned many times in the podcast and in various videos that I record. So we're going to get one at 7 o'clock. We'll get one at 7:30. We'll get one at 7. I can turn off the one at 7:45. I can turn off the one at 8, actually. And I'll keep the one at 9, just so I don't lose track of time there. But no, I can turn these others off too. 7, 7:30. I just got to remember to turn them back on, because I do need the tyranny of the timers to keep my life in some semblance of order. Otherwise, I just lock into something and totally forget about the rest of the world and what's going on. And so as much as I hate my timers, they are a necessary tyranny. All right, well, welcome. This is the first Christian Geek Central community backlog burn. I've done live streams themed around a backlog burn in the past, but it's always been my backlog. Games that I own and have not squeezed all the enjoyment out of, either because I haven't finished them, like finished the main story, or because there's extra activities and stuff that I totally could reasonably enjoy, and that I haven't yet. And I figured this is, well, I wanted to do a community backlog burn because I wanted to do some small thing to possibly remind you guys that you likely have some games that are great that you could still get more enjoyment out of without buying any new games. That you could have a pause on your game spending for a time if you wanted to. Either out of necessity, because a lot of people are in financial hard times right now, or maybe just because you want to get your spending under control for whatever reason, or maybe there's something else that you're saving for that you want to direct your money toward, saving for a down payment on a house, or maybe considering how you could support your church more or another ministry that you're aware of more. All kinds of reasons that are valuable, that are worth us taking a look at our finances and seeing, okay, well, how can I stretch things a little bit? So So this list is constructed of games that are part of quote-unquote your backlog. And the way I got that, these are mostly suggestions. I've got a list of 10. I'm not going to play all 10. I'm going to play 4 of them, but I'm going to go through the list of 10. Kind of like a year ago when I did the Bang for Your Buck themed live stream. I had at least 10, maybe 20 or 25. I can't remember how many it was. And I went through the whole list for your information, for your edification, but I only have time to play a few. So, and I wanted to give about 50 minutes to each game that I played tonight. So, these are mostly suggestions that viewers and listeners in the Christian Geek Central content community gave that are part of their backlogs that are also ranked highest in the backlog category at howlongtobeat.com. With one game I threw in, which was BioShock. And I threw that in just both because I wanted to, it's one of the top backlog games on How Long to Beat. And I also felt like playing it again. And so, yeah, that's why that's in there. It's a list of 10. Going to play 4 tonight. I'll count down through each one, try to give each a little bit of shine as I make my way through them. But so the first one that I'm only going to mention, but number 10 on the list, is No Man's Sky. And over at How Long to Beat, and this just beats Mass Effect Andromeda by 100 people. So 100 more people own No Man's Sky, according to those who volunteered their information at howlongtobeat.com. So 100 more people, so 2,100 users own No Man's Sky and have every intention of getting around to playing it because they would like to, but they haven't yet. So that's a lot of people. These aren't necessarily going to be the best games in the world or the most popular games in the world. It's an interesting kind of category, the backlog category, because these are games that people feel like I should play that for whatever reason. Just because I bought it and I have it, or because, this is a game that's really highly respected and celebrated, and so I kind of feel like I should give it a try sometime, so it's on my bucket list. Although in my mind, a bucket list and a backlog are two different things, because on a bucket list, you don't necessarily own that game. The idea with a backlog is that you own it, you bought it at some point, but you just haven't finished it or maybe you haven't even started it yet. So number 10, No Man's Sky, it has an 83 on Metacritic, if that means anything to you, and GameSpot said, as of the Beyond update of No Man's Sky, the drastic improvements made to No Man's Sky and its Beyond expansion are the new gold standard for how to gracefully cope with a game's flaws post-release. The game laid the foundation with its release, but it took Beyond to elevate it into something magnificent. Successfully transitioning to VR is a creative victory on its own, but realizing just how full and vibrant and rewarding an experience this game has now become is almost poignant. Beyond, No Man's Sky Beyond, represents the courage of convictions, a concept that has not only met the lofty expectations it set forth, but transcended them. So I don't necessarily think of GameSpot or any of the other kind of review snippets that I'm going to read tonight, that I'm going to share tonight. Mostly I'll be playing games, not reading to you guys, just to be clear. But I don't like stack, oh my gosh, GameSpot or IGN said, I'm just trying to give you a little snapshot of the zeitgeist, the general feeling about some of these games. And so, yeah, No Man's Sky, there's a pretty decent likelihood that you've got this one in your library. And it's one of those games that almost honorarily is automatically in your backlog because there's just kind of almost infinite potential to it. But yeah, great experience that I had with that. One more game I'll mention before I get to the first game I'm playing tonight, and that's number 9 on our list, Monster Hunter World. No, I am not going to play Monster Hunter World tonight. If it was my backlog, I would. I was just playing it a little bit before I got on here. But 2,800 users have it in their backlog over at howlongtobeat.com, and there's a good chance that it's in your backlog as well. It got a 90 score on Metacritic, and IGN said, "This is the most audacious Monster Hunter game yet. Monster Hunter World manages the balance between staying true to the series' ideals and the addictive loop of combat with intimidating monsters and meaningful upgrades that fans love, while also taking a dramatic leap into a look, feel, and size that feels truly new. Its sheer depth and the commitment required is still intense, but it clearly isn't Capcom's aim to court a casual crowd. It's as all-consuming and incredible a ride as ever." And yeah, I've felt a little bit bumpy about my enjoyment, specifically of the Iceborne expansion on Monster Hunter World lately. In fact, just I think on the podcast I recorded for this week, was like unsure. I can't remember what I said about it. From week to week, I'm like jazzed about it, and then I'm like, no. But I've gotten 600 plus hours out of it, and 400 of those, at least, probably closer to 500 or more, were just like, I love these hours. I love all of this. So, Anyway, hi, Rugged Warrior, welcome, and Gabriel Stinson. Hey guys. Okay, and so now the first game that I'm going to play for tonight, and that is number 8 on the list, Final Fantasy 15. 3,000 users over at howlongtobeat.com have this in their backlog. It got an 82 score on Metacritic. And IGN said there is so much good here, so much heart, especially in the relationships between Noctis and his sworn brothers. It just comes with some changes and compromises that were at times difficult for this longtime Final Fantasy fan to come to grips with. And that's a bit of my story with this one. Let's see here, I gotta plug in my headphones here. That is a bit of my story with this one. It's not that when I tried this one, you can watch my review of the first 5 hours of it. It's not that I had a terrible experience here, and I've always I've been haunted a little bit by this game, wanting to kind of come back to it, give it another try. Never quite wanted to spend money on it. I almost bought it once because at GameStop, excuse me, you could get it, the original, not the Royal Edition, which is what I'm about to play, but just the base edition. Was like, I don't know, $5 to get the disc, so I almost pulled the trigger. But then when I ended up getting PlayStation Plus so that I could play games long distance with a friend in California, this came with the whatever the collection is for PS5 owners. And can you get it on I think the PlayStation collection is just for PS5 owners. Anyway, it's a PS4 game, but I got the Royal Edition, and yeah, so I have access to it. It was a significant game on the list here, and so I wanted to give this one another try. So, let me set my timer for 50 minutes, and we'll give that to Final Fantasy 15. Joel Nelson says, I've got the stream playing on my phone and TV, and there's about a 6-second delay between them. This should be interesting. All right. So, some things that I really like about this game. I like the aesthetic visual design, and I love that it went open world. Really cool. I'm a longtime classic Final Fantasy fan, more of the turn-based classic JRPG feeling ones. A Final Fantasy for fans and first timers. I remember reading that when I did the review and was like, oh well, we'll see. And I think it's more for first timers than it is for longtime fans, but I don't know. I certainly know that some longtime fans really enjoyed it. The series really started iterating on itself a lot, even as early as, like, I don't know, around 8 maybe. Certainly once it hit like 11 and 12. And so I can see how some fans, maybe part of the Final Fantasy experience to them is that iteration and things changing significantly every game, but I miss a number of things that they let go of. But I really want to try and focus on, for the sake of those of you who have this in your backlog, and statistically speaking, there's a decent probability that some of you watching have this game in your backlog. So I want to focus on kind of the positive elements that would maybe lead you to give it another shot or come back to it. So right now, like I'm giving myself over. Like my initial feelings was I definitely don't like the voice acting. I turned the voice acting off. Okay, well, no, I don't think I did. I think I did actually turn it back on because it won't turn off in cutscenes even if you turn it off in your options the rest of the time. So I think I'm just kind of accepting the voice acting, and it's not as bad as I could easily have an attitude about it for. And I'm just kind of accepting the styles of the clothing here. This is, obviously this is not practical adventure wear, especially not out in the desert as we are. Let's see here. Search for the headhunter. Okay, let's go look for this headhunter. But I just kind of think, okay, well, you definitely like a lot of movies where style takes precedent over practicality, and so just try to embrace that here. And so I've played this game since reinstalling it, I don't know, maybe about an hour and a half. Oh, what is that? Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, I got the wait timer turned on, so let me actually just hold down the attack button. Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. Is that everybody? No, not yet. Oh, now it is. Okay.
Onward. Yep.
So that was a lot of me just kind of holding down circle to keep the attacks going. If I would have let go, it would have gone into that wait mode, which you can turn off and just keep it totally, you know, real time. And what I am kind of, what I'm kind of doing to try and embrace it this time around is accept the groove of it, accept some of the seeming simplicity of it. Yes, early on, fights are so far involving just holding down circle, but you know what? In early turn-based gameplay of Final Fantasy games, you're mostly just selecting attack, you know? The car rides, oh, which, gosh, this is... I'm gonna have to jog a mile to get there. I guess maybe I should have taken my car. Can I fast travel there if I unlock that? Let's see. Oh, no, I have to be at my car to fast travel. Okay, we'll just jog. We'll take the scenic route. And that's... that idea of taking the scenic route... Oh, crap. This guy might cause me problems, though. I don't think I'm...
Imperials above us! Thanks.
I don't think I'm up for a fight with that rhinoceros thing. I think I tried that once before and got my butt handed to me. But like the car... Once you visit places, you can unlock them for fast travel, you know, using your car. But, oh, here's another fight I could get into.
Cut it out, man!
Are they really above us? Oh, they're back there. Did they just drop some squad dudes? I don't know. We're going to keep going this way. But like, I love the quality of the music. I mean, you can always count on these games to have some really great production values. Let's see. What's my oh, my level is 7, so I should be able to handle these guys. All right, let's do it. Let's get in there. What are these guys anyway? Mesmenir. Okay. And then I think yeah, R1, I can learn things about them. So that's telling me what some of his weaknesses are, maybe. So fire does extra damage, ice does less, and I don't know what that last symbol is. Kyle Fritz says, the only RPG I played was Earthbound. Hey, if you're only going to play one, that's a pretty good one to play, especially of the classic turn-based JRPG variety. Rugged Warrior says, Final Fantasy Road Trip. Yes. Like, that could be the subtitle. Final Fantasy Road Trip. And that's what I want to give myself to. I wasn't open to that experience because I just gotten used to open worlds that were constantly keeping me engaged, you know. And I think one of the things I'm learning about how to get through your backlog and really get the most out of your backlog is to accept the downtimes, you know. With sales that started on places like Steam and GOG, now moving over to the console space, and you can have crazy sales with crazy deep discounts that you just kind of find yourself feeling compelled to buy because you're like, well, this is my chance. It's just a good value. It's kind of like in your mind, at least in my mind, it's like, this is a good value. I should get this. And so you get it, and that's how your backlog forms. And then when you have all these games, or when you can get games really cheaply, or as the case may be, you're an adult now. When you were a kid, you could only afford one game a quarter or a year or something like that, or you'd have to count on them being gifted to you. Now, with a much more disposable income, you can just find yourself with a backlog, and I can find myself much more easily ready to bounce off, as they say, something in favor of something that will give me that rush of like, wow, this is new, this is cool, this is awesome. And I've lost the virtue of waiting out the slow parts of a game in order to experience the high parts, you know, because games are built with kind of a pacing in mind. And so I want to return to a place that was once forced on me as a child, where I had to learn to appreciate the weaknesses or maybe the slow parts of a game or the less enjoyable parts of the game so that I could experience the high points. I want to reacquire that capacity in a way that has kind of atrophied in me in the last 10 years.
Eyes fixed, mouth closed. Getting by. Here goes
My HP's doing good. I'm still just holding circle, but let me see here. I think there's... Where's that, Oh, there it is. So I can do this thing... Mark... I don't know what mark... I can't remember what these skills do. Let's try this. Okay. Alright. I wasn't really following what just happened there, but... Okay, I was not... Let's see. Attack this guy. Wait, what are you doing? Whoa! Oh, okay. Was that because he did the mark thing first? Was that part of marking, maybe? I don't know, I can't tell. Why is he not attacking? I am not attacking for some reason. I don't know why.
Stay strong, Nut. Yep. Sorry.
Oh, there's a whole bunch more of those bad guys. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on this mark mode. I guess... I thought selecting it again would maybe turn it off and put me back in normal attack mode, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Wow. So that was some kind of team effort, I guess. So yeah, I spent a little time with this game. I thought, like, oh, I'll remember the gist of how to make things work, but I have lost my ability to attack somehow. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this. Okay, at some point while I was trying to bring up the team command menu, I hit the crosspad button down, and that locked me into Blizzard mode. So I was wasting all my Blizzard spells, when actually, this is what I want. Okay, now, there we go, there we go. He can be taught, folks. Califrit says, I'm going to try to get into RPGs. Well, if you can find a love for them, there are a ton of great ones. And all kinds now. RPG used to mean something very specific, you know, when I was in my teens and 20s. It was JRPG or bust, really. But then there was the Western invasion with, well, of course, PC games have been Western for a while, but the Western invasion in the console space with Bethesda and Morrowind, the Elder Scrolls Morrowind. And from there, I think consoles just saw more and more of different types of RPGs. Let's see here. Rugged Warrior says, I've recently decided to only buy games from the money I get from the recycling bottles, currently saving up for Kenna Bridge of Spirits. Okay, cool. I'd be interested to hear what you think of that game after you play it. I'm very curious about it myself, especially thematically. All right. We're halfway. Oh, wait. Is that a treasure on my minimap? What is this? Nice. Garnet bracelet. Now, what does that do? Let's see here. Okay, so it's... A bracelet set up with garnet enhances strength slightly. I think I want to keep this stamina badge, because I like to just be able to sprint as much as possible. And hey, they give me the crunchy boots. These actually aren't the quite crunchy boots, but, I mean, they're like dress... It really sounds like... It sounds like I would expect. I mean, they're wearing these shiny dress shoes. That's what I would expect them to sound like. Okay, let's see if these guys are actually going to drop down and attack us now. I better, yeah, those are definitely bad guys. I better save, just in case this is a dumb idea. Kyle Fritz says, I think I'll start with Pokemon and Undertale. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've never played either the Pokemon franchise or Undertale. Of the two, I think I would probably try Undertale just because I've heard it's designed really to appeal to people that have grown up playing games. Oh, that's a lot of them. I don't know if I can fight all of those guys. I don't know, like, what level they are. Oh, level 6. So they are... What are you doing? Oh, I got captured or something. I'm stasised. Uh-oh, and now these monsters are coming too. How do I get out of that? All right. Okay, let's actually... Oops, no, not what I wanted. Let's focus on this guy here. Yeah, production values on these games are always great. Enemy designs, I think I've never been disappointed in the enemy designs. Just the visual aesthetic of enemies in a Final Fantasy game. And this game's no exception. Why does he keep saying don't die on me? Because I am just fine. I am I'm feeling pretty powerful right about now. And then,
I would like to wrap that up more quickly.
let's see. I wonder if I have the difficulty option. Yeah, I do. I've got it on easy, so that's why I feel awesome. I'm going to remain feeling awesome for now. Yes, I'm getting my feet wet. Maybe if I end up sticking with this game, I'll dial it up a little bit. I do like the more realistic visual aesthetic as opposed to the oversized head, spritey type look that Final Fantasy games can often have throughout their history. And so anytime they've made the choice to go with realistic proportions and realistic visual designs, I think of Final Fantasy VIII as one example, probably the first most notable example of when they were like, oh, okay, they're really going for something that's leaning more toward realism. I tend to like that a lot more.
Imperials above us. Thanks.
Well, Mesmenir in front of us. So let's take care of that.
No. All right.
I'm good.
Never miss.
These guys gonna chase me? Have they already spotted me? No, maybe not. Okay. I think another significant element in embracing my backlog has to do with contentment and learning contentment. That's something that's a tricky beast. Oh!
Here goes nothing.
No use hanging around here.
It's an interesting factoid as I was kind of like preparing for this stream and just kind of thinking about maybe like some little notes I'd want to share, little things here and there. There's a book called Your Money Counts. It's written by a Christian author named Howard Dayton, and who also... I think is one of the minds behind the, what's it called? There's a Sunday school curriculum called Crown Ministries. Crown Ministries. Anyway,
Well, no, what hit me? What?
he makes the observation that the Bible offers 500 verses on prayer, fewer than 500 verses on faith, but more than 2,350 verses on money and possessions.
Well, have fun.
Oh, crap. No. That's 12. We're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. No, guys. Run. Run. That is level 12. We're leaving. But it's interesting how our money, our possessions, the way we spend it, the way we use them, the way we think of them,
Color's amazing.
if we're willing to take a hard look at it, can really tell us some things about where we're at in our relationship with God and in our engagement with what he wants us to be doing with our lives. It's not as simple as, don't spend money on fun things. We can't get there from Scripture, but Scripture is dead on when when Jesus says, I got this one written down too, Matthew 6:21 in the ESV says, "For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." It's just very telling. It's not much of a quicker way to... They say that there's no quicker way to humble a man than to ask him about his prayer life, and I would add that his prayer life and his spending habits.
So how about a breather?
Yeah, how about a breather? We're looking for the headhunter. Unless taking a breather, was that a hint that I should go sleep at the end and then he will appear? These games sometimes do that. Search for the headhunter. I guess, should I just start talking to people? That's how a classic JRPG would work. You gotta just start talking to townspeople. Oh, but I don't have the option to talk to everybody. Well,
Welcome to the crow's
thank you.
nest. You boys must be hungry.
I just want to talk.
So what would you like to know?
Okay, that's kind of cool. Nearby parking spots, okay. Okay, note to self, I need to talk to people that work in diners. Because those might be fast travel points I'm unlocking too. Procurement points, I mean all of this is good for my collecting desires. But no new information, okay. How about this?
Think you're up to the task?
No. I'm definitely not up to the task.
Be careful.
All right, thank you.
There's more dangerous things prowling about these days.
Are you the headhunter? No. What did that say? Check? Check. Oh, check this. No.
Most intriguing. Knocked.
Let's see.
I can eat a horse.
Let's talk to this person.
How are you today?
No. Bye now. I don't think you have anything to... I guess I'm going to take my friend's advice and sleep. Wait. Oh man, he just leaped onto that. Kaboom! Alright, let's stay here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, one room please.
It's bedtime.
Let's see here. Oh, I didn't check my timing. My timing could be horribly off. I need to check that or it's going to bother me. So let's try it this way. We'll go check. Ooh, check. One more time. Check. Oh, man, no, no, no. I gotta delay me some more. Hang on a second, guys. Oh wait, no, not delay me. I gotta be faster. Is that it? Let's just try this. Let's try. All right, let's see. Check. Oh man, no. So I need to delay me some more. Alright, this might have been overkill. We'll see here. And see. Check. Oh, close. Check. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And check. That's pretty good. Check. All right, we'll call that good. All right. Thanks for your patience there. Sorry, guys. Rugged Warrior says Final Fantasy 16 looks interesting, and I agree. I want to see combat this E3. I want to see the combat system. It looks like it's going to be more of this kind of combat, which would not be my first choice. What about you, sir? Oh, he's got a question mark.
Look who it is. I really owe you boys one.
Yes, I will hand this envelope to Dave.
Too. Can't seem to catch a break.
Are you the headhunter?
Looks like they found another one.
Wait, found another what?
Tag. Us hunters keep them on our person at all times as identification.
What? In case you forget who you are?
More like so no one else forgets who they were.
Hunters lead a life of danger. Sometimes these tags are the only things that make it back in one piece. It's our job to deliver them to the families of the fallen. As it were, I came out here to do just that. If y'all happen to find any tags lying around out there, would you do me a favor and send them my way?
Yeah, sure.
Word is somebody spotted a tag around these parts. Try asking the local tipster. He'll point you in the right direction.
Okay, I did it. Gather intel about the area. Didn't I kind of do that already? Gather intel. Oh, maybe I go over to this blue check.
They certainly carry emotional weight. We'd best find and return them.
And give the families peace of mind.
Let's start by following up on that hot tip.
Man, that smells good.
Welcome.
Hi.
You want some?
Okay, Kyle Fritz says, anyways, out of curiosity, what all consoles do you have? I have, let me see here. I've got the Retron 77, which lets me play Atari 2600 games. I've got the Retron 5, which allows me to play NES, SNES, Sega Genesis, Game Boy Advance. And I do actually have an NES, but I typically don't use it. I do have a PlayStation 2 that's still kicking, that I get out now and then. I've used on many streams before. I got an Xbox 360, a PlayStation 4. I'm playing all the games but one tonight on a PlayStation 5. I have a PlayStation TV which plays PSP and Vita games. I think that's it. Well, yeah, I've got a Vita and a DS Lite, and that is the extent. Let's see here.
Order whenever.
Do I want to eat anything? HP boost. I don't think I need any of these things yet.
Thanks for your business.
It's interesting, though. I'm a little bit more primed for games that want you to eat for temporary buffs now that I've played so much Monster Hunter World. I think that before Monster Hunter, I would have not really liked that very much. Oh, wait. I guess I'm not done with this guy.
Welcome. You boys must be hungry. Happy to tell you about the area.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Good. All right. Gonna go look for this dog tag.
Be careful.
I will, thank you. So, let's see, on the old map, where did that thing go? Was this the marker? Actually, you know what? Maybe I should look at quests. Gun hunting. It's still a level 5 quest, so... yeah, I can do this. My guys are level 7. And it's only 700 some feet away, so... let's do it to it. Can I jump this fence? Yeah! Yeah, just last night I played one of the first missions where you come across the first giant monster, like I think it's one of the summon monsters in the game, and it's really grand and epic. The music swells, and it's a huge monster that flies up, and it's like just an epic, awe-inspiring, really, kind of moment. They just reminded me, again, you know, that's what I want in a Final Fantasy game, so it's cool that they delivered.
It came from there.
So, any bargain hunters watching right now? I'd be curious to hear if there's any memorable sales or deals that you got from waiting to buy something until at some point after its initial release. I always remember back in
Maybe
college,
this way?
I bought some RPG books from one store that was just liquidating them, getting rid of them really, really cheap. And then like 3 doors down, there was another used store that bought them and gave me more store credit per book than I paid in cash at the store that I bought them from 3 doors down. And there was a video game that I wanted to get at that used entertainment store, so I was happy to get trade credit for it. And so I got that video game completely for free. The game itself was about $20, I think, used. $15 or $20.
Onward. Yep.
And I spent less than $5 buying the books from the other store that was clearing them out to sell them and get the trade credit. And I spent less than $5. And I was able to buy more than just that game, too. I mean, that was great. I'll never forget that deal. You just got to work the system. My sisters and I, and my wife now for years, have jokingly referred to my tendency to look for bargains and to seemingly sometimes have bargains find me as the Franson sheep gene. I was raised in a home where my parents were pretty frugal, and we did not get new things, new technology of any kind at release. We always waited until it was pretty old news.
Found one already, huh? You done good.
Just picking up the pieces, I guess.
Well, try to keep your spirits up. Even though I ain't one to talk, I beat myself up over the lives of the hunters I couldn't save. That's what each one of these tags means to me. They hurt. But if I let that grief keep me from looking for them, then their tags and their lives will be forgotten forever. And that'd hurt more than anything.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Well, that's why I tell all my hunters to collect any tag they see, and I expect you boys to go out and do the same.
All right. Ooh, 10 high potions. Not feeling a need for them yet, but again, like I said, I've got the difficulty set to easy right now. Just kind of taking a casual mini tour of this game. That one's like about a mile away. Speak to Sid at the garage. Let's. Can I summon my car? There must be a way I can do that. Because I think I need my car in order to fast travel. I could be wrong. There's a parking spot. Oh, return to the spot where you last rested. That's cool. Yes. Oh wait, no. I'm in the spot where I last rested. Dang it. So no. Although, let's try this. Let's just see if they spawn my car when I do this. That'd be cool if they did. Doesn't look like they did. Oh well. Alright, well, how far away is that on my map here? Blockade. Oh, hang on. Look at that. Return to car. Yes. Come on, Pater. Come on. Read the words. Let's see here. Ooh, Gabriel Stinson, Bargain Hunter, says, I picked up Mad Max for $10 a few months ago. That's a great deal. That's a great deal. Because I have a lot of good things to say about that game. That's a great game, if you haven't finished it, to have in your backlog.
After all along. So all talk of peace was merely a pretext.
They played my father for a fool.
Don't kid yourself. Reggie wasn't born yesterday. Lucius got dealt a losing hand, and your old man played it the best he could. He saw this coming a mile away, and he wasn't gonna go down without a fight.
They're cutting in scenes from the movie that came out with this game.
It just wasn't enough.
They did that in the Royal Edition to help fill in story that players felt was missing in just the base game experience.
You need something else, you talk to Core. I can't even remember the last time I saw Reggie. Feels like a lifetime ago.
Okay. Rugged Warrior says, I wanted to get Moss and Astrobot Rescue. Glad they were free for the play at home. So glad I waited. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, there's not many deals better than free. Except the ones where, I don't know, you get paid to accept the game. All right, speaks to sit at the garage. I think I've done that. So...
Cora left a message.
Oh.
Said he'll wait for you in the tombs. They're to the northwest of here. That's a short ways past the outpost. Find that first.
Okay.
Interesting toy you got there.
This? It's just something we picked up after taking out some Imperials.
Well, I'll be Crown City made. If you like, I can make this puppy better. Give it more oomph.
How?
I can mod it for you.
Mod it?
Look, I got diddly squat to do what with Cindy taking care of the garage. If you can find the parts, I can do the work for you.
And where do we get these parts?
Down over that way among the discarded scraps. Pick up whatever looks useful and bring them to me.
Okay. So that's a side quest, right? Okay, so that is a 1.10 miles. So we are going to take the car now. Oops, wrong button. There we go. And sure, auto to... Oh, look at that. The side quest and the main quest are in the same spot. Here we go. One of the reasons I thought, oh, this would be good for streaming too, is because it has some downtime. You got some driving to do here.
They will have sealed off the city by now.
What do you think it's like inside?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
We'll see for ourselves in time.
Indeed. Merely a question of when.
Can't believe the crystal's gone.
The bastards took it all.
And we'll take it back.
This is far from over.
I think I've always kind of had problems following the stories in Final Fantasy games. I think it probably started out with just a little bit of strangeness in the translation. And then at some point, I think it is a writing issue. I remember Final Fantasy XII, one of my favorite Final Fantasy games. Love the world and especially the combat system in that game. But that story is like so much political who's who to keep track of and stuff that I just can't. And this one, every once in a while they're saying stuff I'm like, I don't quite remember what that's about. I don't know what that's about. But I remember the basics, you know. His father died. He's the prince of this country that was about to sign a peace treaty. Did not work out, and his father was killed. And so now he's trying to get to the bottom of what's what and trying to make things right. Something. That's the gist of it. And the more personal they can make the stakes, the more I can invest, even if I don't understand a lot of the details or I don't follow a lot of the details. Colin Fritz says, the only free game that I remember is the Lego Batman DS game that I found outside of a subway. Oh, wow.
And this must be the outpost Sid mentioned.
It looks like a hub for hunters.
Maybe they know something.
Hello.
Your Highness, I'm glad you're safe.
Monica,
Thank you.
where are all the others?
Most of the Crown's Guard didn't make it. It was all we could do to escort Lady Iris out of the city. Dustin is with her as
Iris.
we
I would have
speak,
thought Iris.
seeing her the rest of the way to Lestalem.
I owe you guys big time.
Head for the Marshal awaits.
Gabriel Simpson says, I got Ratchet and Clank when it was part of Stay at Home. So far, my son and I really like it. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that Stay at Home initiative, or Play at Home. Play at Home, I think it's called. Really cool and kind of surprising that Sony's doing that a second year. I wouldn't be surprised if they're done after this year.
While some hold out hope the Oracle still lives, a grim silence continues to linger.
But they've said there's more to come. I imagine that'll come sometime after the download period for Horizon Zero Dawn is over, which I think goes until the 19th. So if you're watching this live, you still have time.
Boys are headed, but would y'all mind picking it up if it's on your way?
It could be earlier, though. So if you haven't downloaded it yet and you're planning on it, don't wait. Join Core at the Tomb of the Wise. Oh, I remember this from my first playthrough of the first 5 hours. Doc, the Tomb of the Wise, I think this was one of the last things I did. I think I spent a good amount of time dinking around in the open world
Keep up with this guy.
instead of mainlining the...
Crown City, then Hammerhead, then the Royal Tomb?
His nickname should have been Core the Restless.
mainlining the story missions. Keep your distance or die. Vicious varmints and dangerous daemons.
No, not as catchy as Core the Immortal.
Making it out of insomnia only adds to his legend.
Well, fortune favors the bold.
Huh?
The wise
And the stylishly dressed, I'm
It's no
thinking.
coincidence he's made it out
Right?
of all those battles alive.
Oop. These have got to be baddies, right?
Stay sharp.
Let's do it. Can you... They're airborne. How do I... Anybody have any ranged attacks? I don't know how we're... I guess... waiting for them to swoop down, maybe. Almost. There we go. Oh, okay, so I just fulfilled the side quest. That's cool.
Wonder what drew him to the royal tomb.
A morbid curiosity for the late kings of Lucis.
Only one way to find out.
More swoopy... What are they called? Dagger... I don't know.
Really?
Let's see, how does this... Let's try that. I was going to try point warping. I haven't quite got the... got a handle on the strategic applications of that. Go get him, Noctis! You know what? Maybe not. Let's just go, guys. I don't think we got to worry about these things.
Let's go in and find the marshal.
Marshal. At last, Your Highness.
Yeah. Wanna tell me what I'm here for?
The power of kings passed from the old to the new through the bonding of souls. One such soul lies before you. To claim your forebear's power is your birthright and duty as king.
My duty as king of what?
Now is not the time to question your calling. A king is sworn to protect his people.
And yet he chose to protect only one prince. Was that his calling? Forsake the masses to spare his own son?
How long will you remain the protected? The king entrusted the role of protector to you.
Entrusted it to me? Then why didn't he tell me that? Why did he stand there smiling as I left? Why? Why did he lie to me?
That day, he didn't want you to remember him as the king. In what time you had left, he wanted to be your father. He always had faith in you, that when the time came, you would ascend for the sake of your people.
Guess he left me no choice.
Goes with you, Your Majesty.
Sweet. I do have Netflix right now, and the movie that goes with this is on Netflix, and I might end up watching it at some point. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see here. While we're paused here. Ravenous Spectre, welcome. Says, any plans to play Resident Evil Village? No. If you want to watch me play a Resident Evil game and imagine what it would be like to watch me play Resident Evil Village, you can watch my review of Resident Evil 7, which I did when that came out. I typically do not play horror games. It's funny because I like the horror genre a lot, especially if it's like creature feature type stuff, weird aliens or weird monsters of some kind. Love Jeepers Creepers, love John Carpenter's The Thing, stuff like that. I'm rewatching the Alien movies with my dad in recent months, having a great time with that. So I love that, but once you put a controller in my hand and give me agency to move around and do things in a horror environment, it's not my idea of fun. It is not my idea of fun. Unless it's a horror environment that's not designed to actually be scary. An example would be Castlevania or Darkest Dungeon. I did a live stream in October 2020 themed around non-scary horror games. And so those kinds of horror experiences in video games, I am going to eat up as long as the gameplay is conducive to my crappy skill set. But no, I'm not going to play Final Fantasy Village. Sorry if that is disappointing. Gabriel Stinson says, how are COVID-19 things where you... Oh, this is kind of open to the group. How are COVID-19 things where you guys are? Or maybe it's... Maybe by guys it's referring to me. I don't know. Anybody can answer this, I imagine. But as by way of reminder, and I put this in the notes below where the stream's embedded, if you want to make sure you're specifically prioritizing getting my attention, put at Christian Geek Central, no spaces, somewhere in the text of your post. And for me, it gets highlighted in orange, and so I'm more likely to see it in my peripheral vision and not miss it. Let's see here. Gabriel goes on to say, in Central Illinois, it seems to be getting better. Still have to wear masks in stores and restaurants. Hope you are all safe. Thank you, Gabriel. Joel is commenting on Arizona, so I don't need to touch on that. Basically, it's a lot better. Masks no longer required in many places. Optional for kids at school. Oh, and our time for this game is done. Things seem to be taking a turn for the better, but you know, we've had times in the past where people got too relaxed because things were turning for the better, and so it kind of lapsed and went back again. So, you know, we'll just kind of see what happens. Let's see here. Okay, so that's some interaction that's between you guys. I don't need to comment on that. Hey, 79D-Train. Welcome. Says, join the stream late, but enjoy your content, man. Would definitely watch you do a Let's Play of Divinity 1 or 2. Oh. Now, when you say Divinity 1 or 2, do you mean Divinity Original Sin 1 or 2? Or do you mean, like, Divinity? Because those games are from a franchise called Divinity, and I actually own the first one. It's a PC RPG series. But in any case, that's cool to hear. That's cool to hear. Thank you. I don't think I would do it the first one. I just quote unquote finished that not too long ago. Finished it because I gave up on the last boss fight. I was like, I'm watching this on YouTube. It's doing some dirty stuff here, you know, in terms of its trickery, and it felt like some cheap stuff that it was doing to me as a player at the end there. Okay. All right. So the royal arms are mystical weapons, as we wrap up this game here, embodying the power of the rulers of old. Usable only by Noctis, these weapons are incredibly powerful, but cost HP to wield. Ooh, I don't like that. Try not to get carried away, and have curatives such as potions on hand to bring Noctis out of danger. Note that royal arms do not induce link strikes. All right, interesting. Sword of the Wise. Well, then they gave it to the wrong guy. Oh, how do I get out of here? Is this door open? I don't know, but I don't have to know right now. Oh, yes I do, because I can't save.
That's
Talk.
not the only power your forebears left you. Your journey's just begun. Another tomb lies close by. I suggest you head there next. There are tombs scattered across the land. All are on dangerous ground. I'll go with you, for the time being. Not only to help, but to get a measure of your strength.
Oh.
So, just how many of these powers are out there?
There are 13 known royal arms, each enshrined at a royal tomb, though we know the location of only a few. I've enlisted the help of the hunters. They comb the land in search of the lost tombs.
Where's the one nearby you mentioned?
Keekatrick Trench. We know there to be a crypt, deep inside the tunnels.
Okay. What? Still can't save. All right, we're powering through. Maybe if I get into an open area or something?
Safety first, everybody.
Come on, Noctis.
Take him out one at a time.
You haven't lost your edge one bit, Marshal.
Still got an edge at any rate.
Save? Nope. Still no save. I wonder if I gotta get out of this danger area. Remember there was a danger sign? Let me go back to the other side of that danger sign. Oh, saving checkpoint. Very good. All right. Well, just the same, I want to get out of here and see
Focus
if my...
left. This way.
Oh, come on. All right. Well, they gave me a checkpoint. If they won't give me freedom, at least they'll give me a checkpoint. All right. So, yeah, that was Final Fantasy 15. And, yeah, it's not out of the question for me to come back to that. It's always a question of, is there something else that I'll want to play more in the meantime, you know? But anyway, if that's in your backlog, hopefully it gave you a reason to reconsider getting to it. Let's see here. Number 7 on our list. Let's see here. Actually, let me do this real quick. All right, Ravenous Spectre says, it's terrible in Divinity Original Sin 2, where if you activate the cheat sheet they have, it disables trophies, frowny face. I'm happy to say I am immune to the power that trophies might attempt to hold over me. I just don't care about them. The only time I can see that being kind of irritating to me is like sometimes trophies, you know, we're talking about squeezing all the enjoyment you can out of games that you haven't, you know, quote unquote finished or haven't gotten all the fun out of that you can. Trophies, I'm never interested in like going for all the trophies just to be able to say I got all the trophies or to get the platinum or, you know, whatever the currency is on your console of choice. But sometimes I'll look at them, like I remember doing, I think Skyrim was the first game that I did that on. I was like, let's see what the trophies are. And I would look at something and go like, oh, that's an interesting little goal to give myself in this big world. Why don't I go do that? You know, and it provided just a little bit more of a reason to stick with it a little bit longer. So yeah, they do have a small amount of value for me on rare occasions, but other than that, they certainly don't have any hold over me. But yeah, I'm trying to think if I remember the cheat sheet thing they have. I'll have to look and see. I've just started Divinity Original Sin 2. I don't even have it installed right now, but yeah, I'll have to look and see if I can find what you're talking about next time I'm in there. Ravenous Spectre says, "Ah, you have a PS5." And let's see here. Oh, and then the next thing is a different topic. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't think anybody should feel bad that they can't get their hands on a PS5 for whatever reason. There's only 2 reasons that I look at my PS5 and I'm like, oh, it's cool that I had this. One is the load times on a number of games are improved. They are not evaporated. And in some games that I would really like the load times to be improved on, I'm like, why is this not improved? You know, so it depends on how the game was originally built, whether or not the PS5 will improve its load times. Yeah, I mean, because it will improve the load times of some games that have not been re-optimized or updated to take advantage of it. Just the nature of the SSD will improve load times on some games that are never going to be patched again, you know. But not consistently, not across the board. So it's nice when it works, and so I do appreciate that. But I think the bigger deal for me was I was able to hand down my PlayStation 4 to my boys as a surprise Christmas thing and set up kind of a video game play area for them in an upstairs room, which that I was only going to be willing and able to do if I was able to transition to a PS5 before Christmas. So I was able to do that. But still, right now, like Returnal, I forgot to mention this on the podcast. I'm not going to review Returnal. That's not the type of game for me. It's really hard and punishing, that kind of thing, you know. So there's just not any games right now or in the foreseeable future that like can only be played on next-gen consoles that would make me want to really have a PS5 right now. So yeah, for what it's worth, and it might sound like it's really easy for me to say, I recognize that, but for what it's worth, I don't think you're missing out if you don't have a PS5 right now. And I think that's probably going to be the case for a good while. Let's see here. Ravenous Spectre regarding trophies and achievements says, I don't blame you. They're internet points, which means nothing really, LOL. Internet points. That's a great way to describe it. I'll have to remember that. Oh, and thanks. Options in the title screen. Okay, cool. Kyle Fritz says, now that I think about it, I have Portal 2 on my backlog. That's a great game. Great game. Especially if you've never played it. Like, I would love to play that again for the first time. You got fun ahead of you if that's the case. Let's see here. Gabriel Stinson says, the new Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War will be when I'm really bummed about not having a PS5. I mean, I can see that potentially. We'll have to see how it shakes out with the graphical performance. Like, how different really does Horizon 2, or whatever they're going to call it, Forbidden West, I think it's called, Horizon Forbidden West. You know, what is the visual difference really on that? For me, like, HDR is not appealing to me. I tried it on my TV, and I just don't like it. I just don't like it. And so all that's left is fidelity to mark the difference between PS4 generation and PS5 and load times. And so it just hasn't been a real big leap to me. Let's see here. Yeah, and Ravenous Spectre is right to point out those games will be on the PS4 also. That's why that's what I meant to get at, and then I rabbit trailed. It's going to be yeah, you will be able to enjoy, I think, both of those on the PS4. Okay, so let's get back to our list here. Number 7. Next game I'm going to play is Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. I'm actually going to be playing the Re-Reckoning version, but if you combine the backlog, the people that have it in their backlog, both the original release and the Re-Reckoning, it comes up to 3,300 people on How Long to Beat have Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning or Re-Reckoning in their backlog. It's got a score of 80 on Metacritic. Let's see here. Just want to make sure I was recording over there. Sometimes I have these weird thoughts like, have I not been recording this whole time? IGN said of the original release, if you're looking for bang for your buck, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning has it in droves. Then again, if you're looking for an immersive adventure backed by combat that doesn't only put other RPGs to shame, but in fact many action games too, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning has that as well. So yeah, really cool game. Big open world. Let me get that fired up here. I should remember to check my timing this time before getting into this game too deep. All right, check. Oh, we got to change it. Check. All right, I am behind. All right, let's try this. Check. Oh, close. Check. Oh, that's pretty close. Check. All right. Let's try this. This might be close enough. Check. Oops, hang on. Not looking at my thing. Check. Yeah, we'll call that good. Bom, bom, bom. Bom, 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 bom. If I'm singing right with the music, then my timing is pretty good. All right, find Orwin Dunn. I can't remember why I'm looking for Orwin Dunn, but playing as the wizard Elderast. An old enemy of the Sparrows named Orwin Dunn has been spotted around the Rathir Quays. He may well be the Sparrows' killer. Well, if there's even a chance he killed someone, he must die. Let's see. Do I have to leave this place before I can get there on the world map? Maybe. Okay. Oh wait, do I have to sail there maybe? Is this on the is this on one of the expansion islands? Oh no, it's just in this building. Yeah, I don't really want to do any expansion material right now. Because I want to showcase just the base game. The base game, it's just tons and tons of great content.
Send a hound out to the piers. And of course, now we're right where he wants the both of us, you and I.
All right. I know you're the killer, Dunn.
Me? Oh, no. No. That'd be the captain of the watch. He's the one who did them in. Likely sent you here, too. Got you out of the way, see? So we could slaughter the last of them leisure-like. Clever bastard he is.
You can't fool me!
Well, that is rich. Maybe I can't, but old Talibor can. And did. Now someone has to pay for his crimes, so it's you or me. And I do prefer my odds. You're not going anywhere.
Die! Burn! Ha 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 ha! Very nice. Boy, Elderast is more buff and athletic in this world than in any game world he has been in before. I gotta tell you. This letter is missing any signature or mark of authorship. I know how you can get back at the scum that betrayed you to the City Watch. There are still riches to be had if you clear your name. Return to Rathir and I'll show you. When you get here, stay in the quays and I'll come to you. I don't know. Does that mean that guy was actually innocent? I wasn't really paying attention. Let's add the junk. Rugged Warrior says, Orwin Dunn about to be Orwin Dunn. Does my emphasis communicate the intended spelling there? That's what I was going for. Yes, something about this world infuses me with athletic prowess. Nice, a dungeon, right? Oh no, wait, this is lower tunnels. I don't think this is actually a dungeon. But you know, this game is not a Skyrim competitor. It doesn't have the kind of dialogue and role-playing interactions that Skyrim has, but it has a lot of the same depth in skills as like Oblivion. And the combat really is something for an RPG, whether it's a turn-based or even an action RPG. Doesn't really have any business being as enjoyable as it is. It's, yeah, quite fun. And This is a game that, you know, honestly, I did lose interest in before, like, not long after completing the main story mission. Like, sometimes in games like this, big open world RPGs, I will try to explore every location that can be explored before taking on the final quest. Sometimes because you'll get locked out of the opportunity to explore those places, depending on the game. That happens less and less, but no, this one at some point on the 360, I just said, like, no, I'm ready to be done with this, and so I mainlined it to the story. But it's the kind of game where
Miserable rack pickers, lot of miserable rack pickers. Let all I've worked for slip from my hands for the likes of you.
are we gonna fight? What's going on here? I guess they're gonna let me talk to you guys. But it's the kind of game where I can come back to it, and in bursts, it'll be like the game I'm most excited to play for like a week and a half at a time, and then I'm like, okay, good, itch successfully scratched, uninstall, move on to, you know, whatever other game I want to get to. But this is a game that I do seem to keep coming back to and having these really enjoyable spurts of it.
You're the one. Do you know what you've done?
Joel Nelson asks, if a game is available on both PlayStation and Xbox, which system do you prefer playing it on? Well, I've never had both a PlayStation and an Xbox of the same console generation. I went PS2 to Xbox to PS4 and now PS5. This will be the first generation of consoles that I anticipate I will have one of each console in the same console generation. So it'll be the first time I'm faced with that choice, and I've thought about that. I think that it's going to depend on the game content. I think that with Xbox, we're seeing that they are less interested in true blue exclusives and more about having it first and best on their console. They've used that phrase before, that it'll play first and best, you know, on Xbox consoles. And with their purchase of Western RPGs, basically, like, as a genre, they have purchased the genre of Western RPG. Because they've got Obsidian, who makes Pillars of Eternity, and who that team made Fallout New Vegas back in the day, and they're making Avowed. They bought In Exile, which makes the Wasteland games, and of course, most notably recently, they bought Bethesda, which makes the Elder Scrolls games. So they own basically the genre now of Western RPG on consoles. And I suspect that even though those will not necessarily be exclusive, that they may have features on them. We've already seen that with the Elder Scrolls games, that modding is less limited on the Xbox X, the Xbox One X. Which makes me like, crap, you know, a little bit. So I think Xbox will probably be my exclusives machine. Like, I play exclusives on there. Well, the same could be said of my PS5, that, like, if it's an exclusive, of course I'm going to play it there. So it will. I think what I'd like to do, so that both systems will last as long as possible without pooping out on me, is to try and keep the number of games I'm playing on them fairly balanced. I anticipate that with both machines, they're going to play and look about the same. Yes, there will be nitpickers that will notice differences, or that will claim victory because of differences or whatever. I think when you're nitpicking on the level that notices the difference between these two consoles, you might as well be a PC gamer and just, like, really go nuts and drop all that kind of cash, you know. But I mean, maybe you prefer not to play with mouse and keyboard, so that's understandable. But so I think I'm going to just try, and whichever console I've been using less, if I have a choice, get the game on that console, to give my other one a break, so that the lifespan of each console, the wear and tear on each console, will be spread out a little bit. Because I want to get value for my dollar. I don't want these things dying out on me. All right, so seems I found the murderer. I killed him, you know.
What? And you didn't murder Dunn?
That's what I was talking about. I'm done. I killed...
We all protect our
Wait a minute.
lives, and we must. I couldn't have this waif and her lot telling what they'd found. Which is why it's so good that you came. I've blame their murder on you. Say you died in the struggle.
Oh, geez. Surrounded me. No, you're not. Boom! Nice. Love that meteor spell.
It is over now, thanks to you. And to think I only learned the cause of all this nightmare moments before he arrived.
Well, it's over. It doesn't matter now.
But it does matter. He was selling prisoners as slaves, smuggling them out to merchant ships in the dark of night.
Okay.
Drowned street urchins, criminals, even a missing sparrow, and Talabor's name everywhere. But most importantly, his greed threatened our way of life. Now even this city's trash can kill you.
They can't kill me. I am quite powerful. Did you see me a moment ago? With the meteor? From the otherworldly dimensions of power that I conjured it from? No? Let's see here. Perry343 says, hello, everyone. Hello, Perry343. Thanks for coming. Let's see here. Let's give ourselves a quest. We won't do the main quest right now. Let's do... Drowned Forest. That sounds like an interesting location, unless it's an expansion one. Let's see. Let's see where it is. Oops. Oh no, it's in the base game. Great. All right, let's go check it out.
Thank Lunala, that's over.
Yeah, I did put up a review for this. I put up a video of the original game talking about why it's still cool. So if you just do a search for Kingdoms of Amalur on my channel, you'll find me talking about what I dig about this game. Oh, and I forgot to reset my timer. So let's see here. I started playing this at about, I want to say, 10 after. So we'll say in about 32 minutes is when I need to switch over. Go. All right. Yeah, contentment, though, that's... Just getting back to the theme a little bit. That is a challenging beast, and it seems like something that I only learn when I'm forced to. It's not really a discipline that I willingly take on. But when there's some cause that I need to learn contentment, that's typically when I'm going to discover contentment, the discipline of contentment. Although there is, I think, ways in which we can discover contentment in a roundabout way by pursuing pleasure without any holds barred. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I thought it was taking me here. Let's fast travel. Can we? Yes. Let's go there. You know, you can just like... When you have a big backlog, it can be, like I discovered this, you can go from game to game and say, well, let me try this one now. No, that doesn't give me the buzz I was hoping for. Let's jump over to this game. No, I'm not feeling the wow factor on that one. Let's jump over to this game. And, I just end up jumping from one game to the next, expecting from them what I shouldn't expect, And Ecclesiastes has been such a good book for me to read in recent years, because it points to the reality of how ultimately there's just a weariness in pursuing pleasure. that like there is a lack of satisfaction. In fact, the more we pursue pleasure to the detriment of other things, the more elusive pleasure becomes. Maybe in the initial pursuit we get what we want and it feels good, but like entering into that mode of life and in some kind of habit or routine, we can find ourselves becoming numb to things that ordinarily would give us enjoyment. And that's because we're, I think, made for kind of peaks and valleys in the pleasure we experience. I think that even in our glorified immortal bodies in the new heaven and new earth, we will have peaks and valleys in things that we enjoy and take pleasure from. I think that our valleys are still probably going to be better than nearly any positive, pleasurable, fun, enjoyable experience we've had in this life. Maybe they definitely will be leaps and bounds better than the best experience we have in this life. I don't know. But I do suspect that that we'll have these kinds of ebbs and flows of exhilaration in the things that we enjoy. And so we might as well look to embrace that and find the value in that here and now. Let's see. Prismeer daggers. Oh, no. Junk. What's this? Bleeding resistance. No. Gold. All right, good. Have any of you guys experienced that kind of entertainment burnout where it's like, boy, nothing's fun. Nothing's fun. I'm trying to have all this fun, and nothing is fun. And you maybe realize after a time it's just because you need to take a break from that certain type of entertainment. Like maybe a break from video games, or a break from comic books, or whatever the thing is, board games. If so, I'd be curious to know like what the thing was that you burned out on, and maybe what you did instead of that for a little bit. Is there a Krudok behind me? Okay, no. There's these big, nasty bad guys. They're not bosses, they're kind of like mini-bosses. And they are like nasty John Carpenter's The Thing looking uglies. And they can really bring the pain to you. This game I'm not playing on easy. I really wanted to... The first time I played through the campaign and a lot of the side content, I played it on easy on the Xbox 360. But I really wanted to feel the need for potions and staying on top of using potions more. Potions that give me buffs to damage or defense of certain types. Because I wanted to pump points into the alchemy skill. Because I realized the more I'm needing potions, the more satisfying it's going to feel every time I pick up an ingredient out in the open world. Otherwise, it just kind of becomes monotonous after a while and pointless to be going around and picking up ingredients. But when I kind of feel the need for those potions more often, then out in the world, it's nice to come over to one of these and do this. In addition to the little fibrous noise effects, sound effects that it makes. Ooh, that's another thrush over there. Those guys are not a joke either. And I like this mark ability that I have that marks them first, makes them susceptible to damage. And then I hit him a second time and really do nice damage to him. Nice. And that's a skill I didn't even unlock at all my first playthrough as a magic user years ago. So I find that there's plenty of builds, plenty of skills to give yourself something new to explore and to pursue in your character build coming back to this game. Ooh, what is this? No, I think I'm better off. Junk. I mean, it's got better defense, but I typically go for the glass cannon approach. Oh, crap. No, that's not a crew dock, but it is kind of a... Ah, dang it. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a minor steeled curtain. That's just a little bit of defense buff. And... Blazing Salve. That'll boost my fire damage. Alright, let's give this a go. Pop! Come on now. Boom! There we go. Nice. Alright. Kyle Fritz says, yeah, Christian Geek Central, I just fasted from video games. Oh, interesting. Okay. Did you do anything in place of that in terms of entertainment, or was that just that time filled with spiritual pursuits, or just kind of practical activities like work or whatever? Let's see here. Junk, coins, take. Good. I am such a sucker for loot. I usually, in my builds, no matter what class I'm playing in a game like this, prioritize some lock picking, or if there's something that allows me to find hidden treasure, like this game has skills that'll let you do that. Ooh, damage boost, yeah. I did for a little while. You know, this game also allows you to rebuild, like respec your character pretty easily. It does cost some coins, but once you get deep into the game, you've got coins to do that. It's not that big of a deal. And I did explore for a while, kind of like an assassin, stealthy rogue type character. That was fun too. Let's see here. Junk, what is this? No. Junk, mine, inspect. Made from soft leather. Maybe they mean soft, I don't know. It has several punctures and claw marks, but looks relatively intact. The name Ariel Parian is inscribed on the side. Yeah, that's the person I think I'm looking for. Or their stuff that I'm looking for? I don't know. I'll take that. Nice. Cool beans. Joel Nelson says, I don't really burn out on anything. I have so little time for just me, that I'm not able to put time into something to burn out on it. Yeah, yep, that is a, I was going to say it's, burning out on something that's kind of a first world problem, but no, it's more than that. It's like it's a decadent man's problem. It's a, like me that has too much time on his hands. Wait, am I going the right way? But yeah, that's actually, I mean, that's a good place to be. You're going to enjoy and appreciate your entertainment more because of the pace of life that you have, I would imagine. And I think, just from reading Ecclesiastes, I think we're meant to experience enjoyment in our toil. There's a sense in which we're meant to, in our work, even though it's part of the curse, I mean, work itself isn't the curse, but like the nature of work being frustrating and life-sucking sometimes, that's the curse that's rearing its ugly head in our work. But even in this fallen world, there's a sense in which we're supposed to find and experience joy in our toil, that there's supposed to be something satisfying about exerting ourselves mentally, physically, maybe even emotionally in our work, and the satisfaction of expending ourselves, investing ourselves that way, and then having rest from that, going back and forth to like engage. I think that in the new heaven and new earth, we will exert ourselves, that we will maybe even strain ourselves, but it won't have the, it'll be something we enjoy doing, like an athlete who has trained and is really skilled in a sport really enjoys pushing their body, you know. We won't be sore and messed up afterward, you know. That's an element of the curse. I think there's some things about work that we're meant to figure out how to appreciate and take joy from in this life, and have that back and forth between expending ourselves and then experiencing rest and restoration, you know.
I'm heading to Bunlock with the key to unlock the door. Meet me inside and we'll search for the artifact together.
As long as you don't slow me down, I work better alone. Kyle Fritz says, I read the Bible more and got back into comics. Okay, cool.
The artifact will be in the library, near the back of the castle. You lead, I'll follow.
Sounds appropriate, given your station and mine.
To find the artifact. It should be in the library.
Yes, yes. Oh, jeez! Crap! Oh my gosh! Traps! Oh, man, I keep thinking that's a Crudock. Oh, crap! Alright, let's do a little bit of damage defense. Boy, I feel like my dodge is not helping me as much as I'd like. Oh, crap. Oh, geez. Come on, pop this guy. Again. One more time. Down for the count. Oh, who's left over here? All right. Oh, I should be using my fate energy that I've built up. All right, next room full of guys. I'll try to remember to do that. Just junk. Just junk. Let's see here. Gabrielson says, I'm really enjoying... Oh, I want to comment on Kyle Fritz. He says, I read the Bible more and got back into comics. Yeah, certainly goes without saying that having a season or just, the rest of your life engaging in Scripture more is awesome. And I know you said you got back into comics more. Sometimes that there could just be kind of an overstimulation of other forms of entertainment, and so reading can be a nice respite and reset from movies, video games, TV, and stuff like that. Let's see. Gabriel Stinson says, I'm really enjoying not buying games now. I'm diving into what games I have. That's really cool. And then he says to me, I agree. I found enjoyment in working for UPS. So I was talking about what I said about exerting yourself and putting yourself into your work. Seeing a truck fully loaded and helping deliver all the packages, or seeing it fill up as I load it. Yeah. Yeah. I remember years ago when I stopped substitute teaching and talked with Holly about the idea of me giving more of my time to Spirit Blade Productions work and seeing what I could do for her in our lives, in our house, and just the way we organize ourselves to take burdens off of her so that she would be able to, if she was willing, work, 1 or 2 more hours a week. Because as a pharmacist, just doing the math, it made a ton more sense, and she agreed and was on board with the idea and has enjoyed the income we've gotten as a result. But, just 1 hour as a pharmacist they're paid very well. They're paid very well. And so I started taking on things around the house that were just frankly not worth her time. Like laundry and being the primary taxi service for the boys, and just different things, making meals, which I'd already been doing, grocery shopping, just various things like that. And I remember those early days, I've really lost the pleasure that I found in that. And I only have moments where I recapture that, and I should really aim to recapture that. But there was something in those early months and even years of doing the laundry for a family, having never done that before, that was very satisfying. It was like, I'm doing this, I'm providing this thing that my family needs, you know, and making meals, you know. This is something that my family needs in order to do all the things that they have to do and that they want to do. And so there's something satisfying about that. I've never been in a position to be the income provider for our home, but doing those things I have found satisfaction in. And yeah, and there can really come a point when I'm on vacation for a while, or even just I got a couple days in a row where for some reason I am able to really play as much as I want, where it becomes empty, and I'm like, I want to get back to work. I want to get back to doing something that's going to be productive, that's going to serve other people in some way, it's going to serve, you know, ultimately my family in some way. I think I need to go through this door. Will it open? Yay! Okay, here's a question for you guys. Under what circumstances are you most likely to buy something at release without waiting for it to like go on sale or something like later on? And I've got a related follow-up question, but I'm just curious. For me, if it's a game that's part of a franchise that I've really enjoyed in the past, like a Far Cry game or an Assassin's Creed game, although that wasn't the case with Valhalla, but that was because I was able to rent it and realize, oh no, this isn't doing enough that's really super exciting and and new. And I still haven't finished Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but like if it's been a while, okay, yeah, this is what it is. If I'm done with the previous games in a franchise that I really enjoyed, and the new one is coming out, those are the circumstances under which I am most likely to buy a game at launch. Yeah. But, and I think that's more of where I'm returning. There were some years there where I would find myself buying a game even if I wasn't done completely with the game that came before it, because of just the allure of the shiny and the new. And part of that also is because of my particular situation where I'm reviewing games, and so I'll think to myself, well, you know, this game, I might not be able to get it right away if I try renting it from GameFly. I want to get this review out as soon as possible so I can, you know, chase those clicks. And there's a good chance I'm going to buy this one eventually anyway. Let's just get it now, you know. But I think now lately I've been slowing down from that. I've been more content to rent and really, you know, choose carefully which games I buy immediately at launch. Ooh, I got plenty of lockpicks. What are you oofing about, Pater? Sure and sure. Jewbanger says, I'll sometimes buy indie games at launch since they're typically cheaper and I'm more interested in supporting more niche games. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I can see that. Anything here? No. I got turned around. Is this the right way? Yes, I'm going the right way. Let's see here. Gabriel Stinson says, hype from a past game. Yes, sequels in my favorite series. Yep, so we got a similar situation there. Yeah, it's hard to curb the hype. Even if there's like... I think another thing that can contribute to it is if it's like I could be playing a game that I'm currently enjoying, but if the game that I have in front of me to buy it potentially at launch is of a different type of game, even if I'm really enjoying the game I'm currently playing, then that can tempt me to buy that other one. Even if, like, I could totally be happy continuing to play nothing but the game that I'm really enjoying right now. You know? And that's what I'm trying to get away from. I'm trying to get away from that feel of just because something is different and shiny and new, and it's different enough from the thing I'm really enjoying right now. I want to just be content to wait more and more. Just to wait, Pater. Especially since, oh crap! You know, my backlog has grown. There are almost certainly games in my backlog that I will never play. I will just die without playing them. And I want to get real far away from that. Oh, yeah, that's good. What does this do for me? Oh, yeah, mana pool. Yeah. Yeah, we want that. Joel Nelson says, I never buy a game at launch. I read the reviews first and then determine if I want it. I want to know if the game has a lot of problems before purchasing it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's why, especially, you know, in the last 10 to 15 years, when developers have realized not only can they rely on patching it later, but it is fiscally advantageous to them to get it out faster and then let the purchases of the people willing to beta test the game for them fund their completion of the game and their polishing of the game, you know. Oh, crap, I had a 90% chance. Come on. Let's do it again. At least I didn't get cursed. Sometimes you get cursed if you fail that. Gabriel Stinson says, if it's a brand new IP, it really helps when it is similar to games I like. Story-driven, open-world RPG, action-adventure games. Okay, so being a brand new IP can be tempting or lead you to feel the hype more. How about this one? Similar question. What circumstances have led you to impulse entertainment purchasing? So not necessarily a new release, but like, you know, you weren't thinking that in the next 7 days you would buy a game, and then sometime in that next 7 days you find yourself buying a game. For me, it's sales. It's sales. It started with GOG. Good old games, GOG.com. I would just see these crazy sales and think, oh, well, I got to take advantage of this now. Who knows when this kind of deal is going to come around again? Little did I know that they would always come around again. They would keep coming around again. Almost every deal. It was the rare exception that would not come around again, you know, for a long time, if ever. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I want that. And then once I got wise and slowed down with that, then consoles caught up with that in the digital marketplace. They started having crazy sales. And these consoles, I mean, at least PlayStation, they typically renew the sale weekly. So it's a different batch of games that are on sale. And so I have this ritual where I check for new games on Tuesdays and check for sales on Wednesdays. Now, for a while, their store hasn't updated properly, or so it's like the sales don't really go live. Now I just wait on Wednesdays. I check both new games and sales on Wednesdays, because that's when they seem to really go live. And it's a ritual, like when I'm when I'm done with work, or sometimes during my lunch break or something, I will just browse through all the games that are on sale just to make sure there's nothing I might want to take advantage of. And that's how I learn about new games, because I'll see a cheap price on a game. Oh, that looks like it might be a fantasy RPG of some kind. Well, let's look at this. Let's watch reviews. Let's see if I might enjoy this. And then and now a lot of times the France and cheap gene will talk me out of that purchase. I used to, in college, browse for hours and knowing what I was looking for, knowing the game or the movie I was searching out. And then ultimately, after browsing, I would go like, oh, it's this price at this store. This is back when you used to walk into stores, which, I stopped doing long before COVID. Okay, it's at this store. It's this price. I'll bet I can get it cheaper if I drive over here. So I drive over here for a little bit. And I start zigzagging through stores looking for the best price. By the time I figure out what the best price was, I go, okay, it was at the second store I was at, or maybe it's the one I have right in my hand. And I'll think, yeah, no, I don't even want to pay this much. And then I'll go home. I work that cheap gene so much. So sometimes it does work in my favor, but other times I think it makes me interested in sales and ultimately leads to purchases that I would not have made if I wasn't scouring the sales. And so sales and just checking the new releases. And admittedly, checking the new releases, in part, the reason I've done that is because of content creation. I'm like, I don't want to miss something. Maybe a little hidden indie. In fact, I'm going to be reviewing a little indie game that I got a code for that I'll be reviewing next week. A little indie RPG. And so for content creation purposes, I like to stay on top of even small indie game releases that come to PS4. But that introduces temptation to me. And so I can find myself making purchases I was not planning on making. And usually they're small. Usually the dollar amount is small, but it adds up, and not just adds up in what it removes from my bank account, it adds up in what it adds to my backlog that I may never get to, No, not good enough. Junk. Let's see here. Rugged Warrior says, this is a really interesting and I think probably relatable observation for a lot of people. He says, I noticed my depression plays a factor in me randomly buying a game. Yes, I've heard that called retail therapy. And that's not necessarily, even just attached to depression. If someone's, maybe doesn't have kind of like a diagnosable depression, but just is having a down day. I've certainly been there, where it's like, crap. Or if something that you were looking forward to lets you down, some disappointment or something, and you kind of get in a funk. Like, I want to buy something. I want to have some fun experience, yeah, and I mean, I've never dealt with any kind of like actual depression, and so I'm not going to down talk the possible applications of that as a supplemental thing that a person could do. I mean, I think I've interacted with you long enough, Rugged Warrior, to know that you're not doing that as a substitute for dealing with your depression. Definitely, a person wouldn't want to do that. But I can see it being like something that you would go to shake yourself out of certain thought patterns. I've gone to entertainment for that, not necessarily a purchase. I think probably sometimes maybe a purchase. I don't know. I don't remember. My memory's crap. But, oh, crap! I'm getting distracted talking, and I'm about to die. Let's do this. Wait, no, dang it. Now there's only one guy left anyway. Crap, I missed my opportunity to do my special fate power. But yeah, sometimes entertainment, let's say, I've had days where I'm in a funk and I've done the healthy things, I've worked through those thoughts. I've processed it. I've spent time in prayer and just putting that on the table with God and asking for his help and for his guidance. And, you do the things that are healthy and right for you to do. And then you come out of it and there's still like something about the funk you can't quite shake. And you just need to break those. I mean, there's some aspects of cognitive therapy that come into play here where you're breaking thought cycles that contribute to ongoing emotions or behaviors. And so you just need to shake yourself out of it. And so there can be some, legitimacy to that. But yeah, but it's what to watch out for is if it becomes like this really habitual type of thing. Yay, no curse. Oh wait, no, I wasn't going to be cursed anyway. Mine, junk. All right. Good times with this game. Good times. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. Jill Nelson says, I watched you play Assassin's Creed Odyssey and you suggested playing Origins first, so I bought it a couple of days later. All right, so that's my fault. But that's something, that's in line with what I was saying about reading up reviews, finding out about sales. The more connected we are to content, whether it's the stuff that I'm producing or the stuff that somebody else is producing, the more we hear people talking about games, the more we watch game reviews, the more we're kind of plugged into that world, the more we are kind of exposing ourselves to either marketing campaigns or just the excitement of somebody else. And both of those can be really infectious things. So for sure. Yeah. I said this, I feel like I said this on the podcast. I don't know where I said this recently, but, I think it was in the last In Search of Truth thing that like, there's a sense in which, the kind of work I'm doing is self-defeating in some ways because ideally it may be the case that someone, if they, if they're following maybe as a Bible study that I'm doing, it might lead them to realize I need to take a break from some geek stuff that I'm over prioritizing in my life, and that might include taking a break from my content, from Christian Geek Central or Spirit Blade Productions or whatever, and so it's a weird place for me, because it's like that in my mind is a success story of like, I'm losing a viewer, I'm losing a listener, and maybe even losing a patron, and or something like that. And so it's a weird place that I find myself in, but absolutely, I would want anyone to feel free and to have my blessing to take a break from me if I am becoming an influential voice of hype in their life. And I don't think that's what you were saying, but that just seemed like a really good jumping off point for me to put that out there for anybody watching my content or listening to my content. Jewbanger says, same deal with sales for me. If I see a past title I skipped with a big discount, I may get it just because it's so cheap. Yep. Gabriel Stinson says, watching videos on older games really gets me excited to buy a game. Yeah. Yeah. Kyle Fitz says, yeah, I have to stop buying Wii games because they are now really expensive. Oh, yeah, yeah. And this is where you can, Gabriel's talked about watching videos on older games. This is where you can put marketing campaigns and the excitement of other players to work for you to help you enjoy your backlog. It's totally worth trying. I've done this before. Like, if you're looking at games and considering going back to something, rewatch a review, if you can find one, a positive review specifically, for a game that at one time you enjoyed or you pulled the trigger on purchasing, thinking, yeah, I'm gonna like that. I'm gonna like that. But then, you didn't see it through, you got distracted by another game or whatever. Use those reviews, the hype of content creators, or the marketing campaigns. Watch trailers for them and preview materials for them, whatever. All that stuff is designed to get you hyped and to make a purchase. But if you've already made the purchase, you can turn it around and use those things to help you reestablish your contentment with things that you already have. So I'd highly recommend. That's a recommendation I give usually every year when we're celebrating the Summer of Free, which is coming up soon, but seems worth mentioning right now with what you guys are kind of touching on. All right, so I have saved my game, and let me reset my timer here and get ready for a proper 50-minute session with a game. Okay. So Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning was number 7 on the list. Number 6. We got a few here that I'm not going to play. Number 2 and 1 are the last ones I'm going to play tonight. So I got a few to get through here. Shadow of the Tomb Raiders, number 6. And a Rugged Warrior, it was, I believe, that jokingly said, well, what if playing it on the hardest difficulty is on my backlog? Well, then will you do that? So it made our community list. It gets a shout out here, but no, I'm not gonna play it even on the easiest difficulty. But 3,400 users, 3,400 people are in your camp and have it in their backlog in some form or another over on How Long to Beat. It has a Metacritic score of 82, and IGN said, with a story that manages to satisfactorily tread the line between high-concept fun and grounded character exploration, Shadow of the Tomb Raider meaningfully wraps up the journey Lara began in 2013 and convincingly leaves her in a place resembling where she was when we were first introduced to her more than 20 years ago. I would have liked a little more incentive to explore the beautiful world Eidos Montreal has created, but I'd much prefer too much content than too little. There's so much to enjoy elsewhere in a game that's stuffed to the brim with ideas and devilishly challenging puzzles. I can't wait to see where Lara goes next. So Shadow of the Tomb Raider at number 6. Number 5 on our community backlog list is Sleeping Dogs. This one... 3,600 users at How Long to Beat have it in their backlog. Got an 83 at Metacritic. Game Trailers said, well-tuned driving and fighting ultimately outweigh Sleeping Dogs' inconsistent tone and relatively modest production values. The ability and status of your character ramp up nicely, and you'll have plenty of opportunity to exercise your power in a well-constructed playground. This is a cool game. I've not finished it. There was a story mission that ultimately it was a little too frustrating for me. It was a timed mission type of thing, or it was a chase. I had to keep up with somebody in a vehicle, and I lost once. And I think actually I'd have a little more patience for it now, so I should consider revisiting it. But I was so deep into the story, I would probably feel lost. Anyway, it's a nice open city action game. With heavy RPG elements. I would almost call it an action RPG. But if you like Saints Row and stuff like that, but I'm not trying to introduce you to this game if you haven't played it. But if you've got it in your backlog, and statistically there's a decent chance that you do somewhere hiding in your backlog, Sleeping Dogs, definitely worth playing and squeezing some fun out of. Number 4, Dragon Age Inquisition. 3,700 players at howlongtobeat.com have this in their backlog, not finished yet, maybe not even started. It's got an 89 on Metacritic. IGN said, it's a surprisingly huge, dense world, and I soon realized there were still entire sandboxes I hadn't even set foot in. Even in my 100th hour, I'm still discovering. Yeah, that's a game that it's not really in my backlog, but it's a game that I want to come back to. I think once they announce a release window for Dragon Age 4, I might go back and play through the first 3 games already, because I really love the first one. I think I can learn to appreciate the second one more than I did the first time through. Now that I know ahead of time what the changes are going to be and what kind of experience I'm in for, I think I'll be able to appreciate what it does that I like. And Dragon Age Inquisition, aside from some of the UI that I wasn't a big fan of and navigating menus and stuff like that, other than that, really, really solid RPG experience. Loved that world, loved the aesthetic design of that world. So if you've got that one in your backlog and you haven't given it all the love that it is due, you still have some fun ahead of you. And then jumping up, we had a lot on our list that were kind of in this 3,000-ish range. Number 3 has a jump up. Arkham Knight. 5,600 users at howlongtobeat.com have this game in their backlog. It got an 87 on Metacritic. IGN says, if this is in fact the last Rocksteady developed Batman game, the series will end on a high note. Arkham Knight is the biggest Batman game yet, not just in map size, but in the wide range of different types of gameplay and its collection of characters. The addition of tank combat thematically clashes with everything Batman stands for, but it is fun. And having access to the Batmobile for the first time gives us a new world of possibilities for interacting with Gotham City. Arkham Knight is an outstanding game on almost every level. So yeah, if you've got Arkham Knight in your backlog, you've got a game that a lot of people have found a lot of fun in. Let's see here. Let me see if there's anything I want to catch up on here before I move to our third game of the night. Let's see. Rugged Warrior says, my dad has a book problem. He said he wants to live long enough to read all the books in his library, which I said, you're going to outlive Methuselah. And Gabriel Stinson affirms the new Tomb Raider trilogy of games are all great. Yes, but are they as great as the number 2, the game that I added to this list, which spikes up to 11,000 users at How Long to Beat? 11,000 users have this in their backlog. I can totally see it being a game like, I should get around to playing that one. I haven't played it yet. I own it because I know it's good, so I bought it. But I haven't played it yet, or I haven't finished it yet. And that's BioShock, baby. And I'm going to play the original on the Xbox 360, so give me a minute to get that fired up here. You know what? We are just at the halfway point now. I am also going to go and get some more ice so I can get my beverage in better shape. You guys can talk to Planky while I'm gone. All right. Where's my go? G-Banger says, looking forward to BioShock. It always looked too spooky for me to play. Yeah, I thought so too. you know, as I said earlier in the stream, I am not a fan of horror games. And this one definitely has a lot of horror flavor in it. And years ago, when this game first came out and people were just raving about it, I was like, well, it's not a game I'll be able to play. Because I tried the demo, and it was really creepy. And I assumed that would come with difficulty in gameplay. Now, these days, that is a much more reasonable assumption, unfortunately. I would really like games with the aesthetics of the Dark Souls, Bloodborne, those kinds of series to be easier, because I love that kind of aesthetic in those worlds. But it didn't used to be the case that difficulty was tied to that kind of aesthetic. Hey. Okay. And that's what I didn't understand until I gave BioShock another try. It was actually during the first Extra Life Marathon that I ever did that I played this game and discovered my love for the franchise right then and there. And it is intense. It is scary. You guys will probably get some jumps out of me, which hopefully you'll enjoy. But the gameplay, the story, the world, man. I am planning, and I'm going to plug this at the end of the stream tonight, but I'm planning on doing a special live stream series this summer. Normally I just do quarterly live streams for the community every 3 months. But I'm going to do one during the summer that will be 4 different live streams that'll be 2 hours each. That's going to be a Let's Play series. And my plan right now is to do a Terminator run, playing as a Terminator in my mind, in my head canon, through Fallout New Vegas. As much of that as I can get through in those sessions. And then, you know, if enough people are interested, I would probably continue that series later in the year. But I bring that all up to say that if a new BioShock game is announced at E3 this year, even if I've already started that Let's Play series, I might pivot and do a Let's Play of this trilogy just in anticipation of the BioShock 4 coming out. So I'm going to have to play that by ear and see what happens. It is in the works. We just don't know any details about when. So that would be a great surprise to discover. All right, is there anything else I want to touch on here? Gabriel Stinson says, I really enjoyed BioShock Infinite. I have tried to get into the original BioShock twice. It just doesn't grab me like Infinite did. That's so interesting. You're not alone in that. There are a surprising number of gamers that started with Infinite because you can. You really can. You can play that without having played the first 2. But in the DLC for that, they really link those 2 worlds, those stories, in some neat ways, so that it becomes very satisfying as a trilogy if you play all 3 of them and the DLC for the third one. And the third one is a different vibe. It's not near as much creepy stuff. Let's see here. Gabriel says, Planky, what's wrong? You seem a little stiff tonight. And Rugged Warrior, yes, it's been announced that they're working on a BioShock. It was either announced or confirmed. I don't know if they had an official announcement, but basically the story broke. It's a leak that was confirmed. At least it was a leak that was confirmed, if not an official announcement. But yeah, it's definitely a thing that is being worked on. We just don't have any details about when. So maybe it was like a leaked type scenario. Okay. I thought about starting at the beginning of this game tonight, but I thought, no, if I do end up pulling the trigger on like a Let's Play series, then I would want to just save the beginning for that. So we're just in the middle of it. I'm about maybe 3 hours into it. Hear that stomping Big Daddy. All right, here we go. Let's see, what am I... Oh, there's my... Okay. Aesthetics are a moral imperative. There is so much worldview, philosophical stuff being commentated on in this game. That's part of what would make it so appealing for me as a Let's Play series, is I would love to just stop and pause multiple times throughout this game and talk about, react to what they're talking about. in so many ways, this game is actually a criticism of naturalism.
Chin up now. The Lord hates a quitter. I can hear that splicer sounding off like it's the 4th of July. Explosives are hard to come by down here. But if you get your hands on one of them telekinesis plasmids, you can catch the damn firebombs and toss it right back in his gob. Or anything else that might be standing in your way.
Alright, so I gotta find the telekinesis plasmid so I can have telekinetic powers! $16. Oh, that's pricey. Seems pricey. I've got... How many of these? I gotta go look at my controls again. See here. Oh, that's to change my ammo. So... Where's the... Okay, so B is first aid. And then I think you automatically refill your mana, whatever it's called. Okay. So right button is switch weapon. B button is first aid. Okay. Okay. Let's see how far we can get on how far I can get on a wrench.
You know the problem's not in your hair. It's in your... I don't go into all that. Buddy says it's not safe.
Where's the arrow? So you're gonna give me an arrow? Goal info. Atlas thinks the telekinesis is what you need to destroy the blockage. Some ads on the wall suggest you might find the plasmid at a place called Dandy Dental. Dandy Dental. Is that on my map? I don't think it is. Surgery foyer. Alright, well, let's go look for Dandy Dental. Ugh. Oops. There it is. Okay, that's jump. Y is jump. Where's that Big Daddy? Securus, medical pavilion. Oh, jeez. Here we go! My gosh. Where'd you go? Up splice. Oh! I didn't know they could heal at health stations. That is bonkers. Alright, good. So when you use a health, it like really heals you instantly. And on the easiest difficulty, you revive at those Vita chambers nearby. The nearest Vita chamber you respawn at. And you don't even lose progress, I don't think.
Who was that?
Oh, jeez. Can I run in this game? Jeez Louise. But like, I'm almost certain I read this. I didn't experience it for myself because I never died in playing this game on easy. But if you've like made progress whittling down a boss's health, the progress will still be there after respawning in a Vita chamber. Dental services. Ooh, fire plasmid, I'll bet. Oops, hold. Here we go.
Steinman, I know medical pavilion is your matter, but you might want to cogitate on this. Ocean water is colder than a witch's tit. You don't heat the pipes.
Let's see here. Francisco Ruiz says, hi, Christian Geekcentral and everyone else. Wish I could stay longer, but have a Gloomhaven game to go to soon. Oh, I'm jealous. I don't enjoy playing Gloomhaven, but I just envy those who do because of how richly produced that game is. So please enjoy for me. Gabriel Stinson says, great streaming content as always. Going to hang out with my wife. Good night, all. Thanks so much, Gabriel. Appreciate your encouragement, and have a good night with your wife. Let's see here. Gabriel Stinson says, yes, do a Let's Play of BioShock series. I'd love to hear your thoughts and be part of that conversation. Yeah, that would be cool. And that's kind of how I would envision it, being a Let's Play that's also like a live stream so that you guys could interact with me. I think there'd just be tons of springboards for us to chat in a Let's Play like that. So we will see. I think that there's a good chance that I'm going to do it sometime, you know. Maybe I would end up doing the New Vegas thing first and then move to that next, you know. But yeah, I'm definitely open to it. All right.
The pipes freeze, pipes burst, then Rapture leaks. Now, I realise you're a posh sort of geezer, and frankly, I don't give a toss if you piss or go fishing. But once Rapture starts leaking, the old girl's never going to stop. And then I'll be sure to tell Ryan he's got you to thank.
Oh, I don't have the fire plasmid. Okay. So I need to find the fire plasmid. Right? Unless, I mean, I don't think the electroplasmid's gonna do anything. Yeah, no. Okay. Well... should I try to hack this thing? I'm feeling good right now. I don't feel like I need to buy anything yet. Oh. Uh-oh. Got a little hammered there. Who in the world is breaking stuff? All right. Freaky. It's too dark. I've got too much light in my room right now. I need to either turn up the brightness or... let me see if I can do that. Yeah, let's do that. So I want to make sure I didn't miss a... okay, you know, that's much better.
A rapture reminder. The bottom of the ocean is our home, but it can also be a dangerous place. Report any unexplained...
Oh, wait a minute. I think I can zap that thing. Let's see here. Sure, let's try hacking it. It's probably gonna zap me. I'm trying to get it to go there. Oh man, I totally forgot how to do this. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, swap. I gotta put that there, so swap. Oh man. Whew. There we go. There we go, yeah! Whew! Been a long time since I hacked one of those things. Oh, a first aid kit. Yeah. All right. Kyle Fritz says, I don't know why, but I'm playing Obama Battle Royale in Roblox. Leave it to Roblox to result in the creation of a game called Obama Battle Royale. Rugged Warrior says, I never hear people ever talk about Bioshock 2. Well, let me remedy that. I really like Bioshock 2. Yes, it's going to feel like more of the same in many respects, because you're still in Rapture, this underwater city. But in the years that have passed, there have not been any really great Bioshock clones. You know, Singularity is one that I think made a game that's very much like Bioshock and is pretty close to the same quality in many respects. But I think at the time, I understand why reviewers would be like, oh, it's kind of derivative, da-da-da-da. But so many years have passed with so few Bioshock games made, and Bioshock clones made, for that matter, that I'm like, don't you want a game that's just, like, almost as good as Bioshock right now? And so I think it's totally worth playing. It's got a really interesting, you know, just this, like, this game has kind of an ending, some unexpected things at the end that really help define the experience. There's something different, but also unexpected toward the end of Bioshock 2 that I thought was great. And is just as memorable to me as kind of the reveal at the end of the original Bioshock. And, you know, one of the big differences is that in Bioshock 2, you play as a Big Daddy. And surprisingly, you know, you are not moving achingly slow and lumbering, you know. It still feels right. It still feels like I'm a Big Daddy and I'm moving like a Big Daddy would, but I don't feel like I'm moving too slow. So I don't know how they manage that when Big Daddies in this game typically are really just very slowly moving along. So nothing you need to go out and buy. We're still celebrating backlogs here. But if someone had that game in their backlog, it's actually one of the most popular backlog games on How Long to Beat. In fact, somewhere near the end of the night here, I'm going to read the really quick, go through the top 10. I'm not going to, you know, give review thoughts or, you know, highlight them in the same way as the games in our community, but I'm just going to rattle off the top 10 backlog games at How Long to Beat. And I'll just tell you right now, all 3 Bioshock games are in that list of 10. All right, now there's a chance I might get a little bit stumped and stuck here because this is in the middle of a game save that I have almost no memory of. And so it seems like right now I'm supposed to be going and get the fire plasmid. I have no idea where that could possibly be in relationship to where I am now. In fact, the lack of enemies here tells me that I'm going in the wrong direction. Let's see. Well, it's telling me find telekinesis. But I think to do that, I need to first find the fire thing, the fire plasmid. All right, now I'm kind of going in circles. Okay, this is the medical pavilion. Dollars. I would like some dollars. Oh, there's some trouble. Hey! Is that the one I hacked? Oh, it's green. So it might be. Jeez, la freaking wheeze. Even my own hacked turret was scaring me. Alright, are you dead? You look totally spent. Alright, huh. Oh, something flashy here. What is this? What? Hey.
Darling, is that... How dare you touch me?
Okay. Whew. This game. These are not plasmids, right? No, it's ammo. Man, I'm gonna end up going in circles here. So that's the crematorium. Now see, it makes sense to me that a fire plasmid would be in here somewhere. Ooh.
When Picasso became bored of painting people, he started representing them as cubes and other abstract forms.
Hey, Melissa Leonetti, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming out.
I've spent my entire surgical career creating the same tired shapes over and over again. The upturned nose, the cleft chin, the ample bosom. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could do with a knife what that old Spaniard did with a brush?
Nice. Jewbanger asks, is there a dead video game franchise you guys want to come back? Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing what you guys think of that question. I assume that's kind of in the spirit of the lack of BioShock games for a while now. Oh. Can I save? Oh, I can save. We should save. This makes me feel better to save. I'm thinking about that question. Oh.
Security cameras. I can hear the infernal things all around you. Ryan's eyes and ears.
Okay, so how do we deal with those? I do not recall. Oh, dang it. I thought I could crouch. Oh, there's a crouch button. Oh, but I can't go in there. All right. Can I jump up there? Cannot jump up there. All right. Oh! Okay. Now, how do I... Do I shoot these things? Can I plasmid these things? Let's see if I can zap it. Nice. Okay. Good. Good. Alright, what does this button do? Do you have any loot? No loot. Then you are useless. Oh! What? Hacker's Delight. With Hacker's Delight, your body converts the altered current from a hacked machine into a powerful healing agent. Hack and heal! That sounds great. You've picked up your first physical tonic. Physical tonics make you stronger or more powerful. They are equipped separately from plasmids and other types of tonics. Interesting. Every time you hack something, you gain a little health and Eve. Love it. Yeah. Gonna slot that, baby. Yeah.
What is that there?
That looks like gasoline. I really, Yeah, this is about to be lit on fire here. I don't like this gasoline all over the place. Oh!
We rebuilt our city and the doubters sent a fly to spoil our hope. 1,000 atoms for the man or woman who pins its wings.
Yeah, baby. There it is. Incineration. When it absolutely positively has to erupt in flames, don't wait. Incinerate. Sets objects and creatures on fire. Repeated use to increase the pain. Ages 12 and up. Beautiful.
Light up foes to 1,000 degrees. Warning, fire spreads.
This is our place. Ours.
Oh, crap. Hey, guys. Oh, here we go. There they go. That's why the gasoline was there. Beautiful.
All roads in Rapture lead to Ryan. The security, the splicers, the big daddies, the little sisters. He pumps some kind of chemical scent in the air. Pheromones, they call it. Makes them all dance to his tune.
Oof. This is a great game. It's all coming back to me now. I think this was maybe... Oh, I can't carry any more Eve hypos? Well, let's, Oh, wait, how do I... Oh. Okay, never mind. This might have been... Let's see. Can I look at achievements without leaving this game? This might have been one of the first games that led me to look at achievements, to just see, like, boy, what could I do on a second playthrough just to add something, a different mentality to my game, to my experience. That's another thing that achievements can be cool for. Not for the internet points. Was that Ravenous Spectre or somebody else? I can't remember that said that earlier in the stream. So let's see, what do I have left? Maxed all tracks. Purchase every slot in all 4 plasmid and tonic tracks, so that's something I could shoot for. 3 fully upgraded weapons. Fully upgrade 3 weapons. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, and I like doing that. Fully upgrade 4 weapons. Fully upgrade 5 weapons. Acquire all upgrades for all weapons. Oof. Fully research the thuggish splicer. Oh, that's right. You have a camera and you use it to research enemies, like a little psychotic, morbid Pokemon. Well, Pokemon Snap anyway. Fully researched Leadhead Splicer, Spider Splicer. Yeah, these are cool kinds of trophies, you know, because they like a cool trophy will give you a different gameplay experience when you pursue it, and one that is not merely harder. You know, I'm not really interested in that, but just like, no, why don't you focus on this aspect of the game? When games have lots of systems in them, upgrade systems, or just ways you can interact with the world, a good trophy or a good achievement can say, hey, check out this aspect of the game and spend some time leaning into this aspect of the game, you know. And it's not mandatory, it's just kind of something you can choose to pursue. And so, yeah. Look at all these. I've got a bunch of these. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do hardest difficulty. Find every audio diary. I'm a collection junkie, so. Invent 53 tonics? I forgot that I could invent tonics. Boy. This is a secret achievement. Google to find out more about it. All right. Let's see here. Dead franchises people want back. Rugged Warrior says, I would like another Galaxy Rush and Epic Mickey game. Galaxy Rush. I think I've heard of that. I might need to look that up. No, I shouldn't. I should just enjoy my backlog. The Backlog Vault. Welcome. What an appropriate username for this live stream. Would love to see another Dead Space game. Yeah, you are definitely not alone in that. And, yeah, a lot of people especially like the first Dead Space game, which I've played through maybe a third of, only on live streams for the sadistic enjoyment of viewers, not for my own pleasure. Although I'd love to watch a live-action Dead Space movie. I saw the animated one, I think. But anyway. Okay. So we've got about 20 minutes left on this one. Let's get back into it. Oh, let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay. I think we're done here. Jewbanger says, I wish they brought back SOCOM. Yes. I've not played the SOCOM games, but I know that they are fan-beloved. Okay. Next plasmid. Why do you want me to have the next plasmid? I don't feel like I need it yet. Hey. There we go. What can this do for me? Nice. Oh boy. Scary music. I don't know if I want to be here. Oh, geez. Hey. Ooh, got a little controller drift there. Okay, we good? I think we're good. All right. Well, yeah, this game still, I think, looks really great, just because the art design is so good. That, like, even though, you know, compared to PS4 and certainly PS5, I can see the jaggies and some of the low-res textures. The art design still comes through, and that is much more important to me than polygon count or... Oh, come on. Not cool. Oh, jeez. What is this? A new offering in the Hack Smart line. Security Expert was designed for the hacker specializing in disabling electronic security measures. You won't be secure without Security Expert. Huh. Oh, cool. I don't have to replace anything. Reduces difficulty when hacking turrets, bots, and cameras. Great! So it's just a passive upgrade. Love it. Now, where did the creepy person go that was in here before the lights went out? That's what they want me to be asking. Well, I'm asking it. I just wanted to see what was there for a second. Good gravy! Oh my gosh. I don't think I pulled a muscle, so hope you guys enjoyed that. Are we done here? Have I been here? Is this where I came in? I think so. And I don't know. What is this? I don't know the code. Do you know the code? She wasn't going to tell me anyway, right? She was just going to kill me. Oh, look at that. 0451. I wonder what that could refer to. Oops. Beautiful. Oh! Beautiful. Oh. I could probably be using my plasmids more. I mean, I could actually probably play it on an easier difficulty. That's what I told myself. That's what I told myself after I played it through the first time on the easiest difficulty. I was like, okay, next time, I'll bump it up. And when next time came around, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I think it's the creepiness of the game. Just puts me in the mindset of, this is hard, I'm going to die, you know. Balmy Leader 6980, welcome. And they say, besides Resident Evil 7-8, there should be more horror FPS, first-person shooters. Yeah, I'm sure there are... Oof! I'm sure there's an audience for that. I don't think I'm a part of it, but this is horror enough for me. I'll take more like this. I really wanted Prey to be more like this, and I haven't gotten rid of it. Prey is not really part of my backlog. It's probably has bucket list status, even though I own it. I didn't finish Dishonored because it got a little bit too much like an environmental puzzle. And I think Prey is one I want to come back to. It was too many jump scares were getting on me, but I love the world. I don't think the environmental puzzles got too boring or irritating for me, so... Beautiful. Here we go. Oh, jeez, Louise. Nice. Okay. Are you laughing at me? That's not nice. Good gravy! What the oh my gosh! It's a rocket launcher. That's insane. You got special ammo, press thing to change ammo type. Pick the right ammo for the right enemy. I hope that was right. Use armor-piercing pistol ammo against armored targets. Okay, so that was a tip for next time for machines, maybe. Okay. Okay, good, good. Yeah, love picking up stuff. Especially if it has good sound effects that go with it. Little clickety-clackety, chingly-jingly sounds. Love it. Makes me feel good. Wait, did I come? Is this the way I came? I see something flashy on the floor. Oh. Oh, I see you in there, and I want you. Okay, this is a new place. I've not been here. Huh. Old Tom Whiskey. Alright, that thing's not... It was seeing me. I thought I was too far away or something. Oh! Come on! Alright. Should have used the armor piercing, but oh well. I got it all uptight. Too much pressure in the moment.
Clinical trial lot 44, Dr. Suchong, client Fontaine Futuristics. Subject is white male, one Roland Wallace. Can you hear me, Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir, Mr. Suchong, sir.
Very well. Right, I'm introducing lot 44 now. We've codenamed the lot 44 Enrage because of its tendency to... Nurse? Hold him down! Nurse!
Doesn't sound like that went very well. So I'm curious to hear, like, what games you guys would say are currently near the top of your backlog. I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, it's in my backlog, like, because we can have I have a huge backlog, technically speaking. But there's a lot of them that are kind of in that lower tiers, like maybe I'll get to, others that like I'll probably never get to. But I'm curious, like, what is games that, like, you know, they're not too far away from you conceivably getting to, that you kind of have in your head a little bit, that are haunting you a little bit as a game that that you want to get to. What one or more games would you list as being in that category? For me right now, it continues to be Monster Hunter World Iceborne, Ghost Recon Breakpoint. I have yet to check every location in that game, and I am going to love checking every one of them. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Those are probably the big ones at the top that I'm actually currently rotating between. That's kind of a typical night for me lately. But not too far below that would be some of the open world activities that I could still do in Spider-Man for PS4. I'm trying to think of what else I currently have installed. Oh, it doesn't really qualify as a backlog game because I've beaten it already, but I just started a second playthrough of The Outer Worlds because I rushed my playthrough a bit the first time, and there was like whole areas of the world I never saw, whole areas of the game I never saw, maybe even a companion I never saw, and I want to take my time with that one. So here we go. Wrench Jockey bulks up your upper body, allowing you to wield club-like weapons with unprecedented skill and power. Great. Boy, and they keep showing me these empty slots. That's thrilling. I have unprecedented wrench power. That's what I have now. Let's see, Rugged Warrior says, now that I've been playing Nier Replicant, I can finally start Nier Automata. Also been working on Control. Oh, yeah. Oops. Crap, I was trying to stand up. This game, the buttons that do certain actions are just a little bit different from what has really become standard since these games came out, and so I can get a little confused. Now, telekinesis, in theory, should be around here somewhere, right? But Control, yeah, that's one that I picked up when it was on PlayStation Plus, available on PlayStation Plus one month, and I picked that up, and I did try some of it. It wasn't enough of my kind of game to stick with it, but they added an easy mode. That's what drew me into it. It's like months after its release, they added all kinds of cool difficulty options, which is what really made me say pull the trigger, you know, when it was free. Let's see here. Jewbanger says, Pathfinder Kingmaker is a game I keep wanting to come back to, but the controls are too clunky for me to get really deep into. I also need to make more time for the Arkham Horror card game. Oh, okay. The physical version, I mean, that game's so popular, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a digital version, but, yeah, I've heard great things about the Arkham Horror card game. That's too much of an investment for me, because it's like a living card game, and so you have to keep investing in it more and more and more. But I have a love-hate relationship with Pathfinder Kingmaker these days. I may not ever end up finishing it. I loved that game. It was one of my favorite games of last year. But eventually the crashes got to me, where I started losing patience with them and a few other game elements, but mostly those crashes. I think I need it to be patched up and to hear confirmation that it's done crashing. But very, very enjoyable in so many other respects. Really, really enjoyed that game. Balmy Leader 6980 says, as messed up as this is, I almost laughed when you killed that woman. Yeah, I don't think that there's actually anything messed up about that, because, you know, as gamers, you know, humor is about a juxtapositioning of the unexpected. And I think that video games themselves, when you're being violent in a video game, there is something funny often about the violence, because there's a part of our brain that knows this is like, violence is wrong, killing is wrong, and yet we are having this experience where we feel very indifferent about it, and that's disjunct and that's weird, and so humor can arise out of that. And so I think that like, people getting like concerned about violence in games, in many circumstances, when you laugh at violence, it actually traces back to something psychologically in you that is good, that is a recognition that, oh yeah, this in the real world, this activity would be totally wrong or preposterous for someone to do, you know. So anyway, that's probably much more of a rabbit trail reaction than you were looking for. Jill Nelson says, my backlog is Bad Dudes, Life Force, and Super Mario Bros. All NES games. Bad Dudes. You gonna try and finish that without cheat codes? Is that why? And Life Force 2? Is that why they're on your backlog? And Super Mario Bros? I'm guessing you haven't finished those games, and that's why they qualify as your... Because games back then, it's not like they had all these extra things you could do in them, these different trophies and stuff like that. So it's just beating those games, maybe, that puts them in your backlog. Man. All right. Well, let me know how that goes. Jewbanger says, gotta head out early. Thanks for the entertainment. Good night. Jewbanger, thank you so much for coming. It was really great interacting with you. All right, let's try this hack. Oh, geez. Well, that doesn't look good at all. I've lost already, dang it. Alright, listen. I need to auto-hack this. Oh, dang it. I was hoping the telekinesis plasma was going to be in there. Oh, well. Well, that was going to be way too hard anyway. Oh, I'm almost done with this game. I'm probably not going to find telekinesis here tonight. But I'll tell you what I did find. I refound my love for BioShock. This is a great game. Alright, I think I've gone this way before. I think I am now going in circles a little bit. But that's alright. I gotta be systematic about this stuff. Oh, there's something. Can I get that? What is that? Oh, just armor-piercing bullets. Okay. It's funny, your own footsteps are panned just far enough right and left that it's easy for me, when I have headphones on, to mistake them for someone else's footsteps that's suddenly right next to me, you know? So even just hearing myself walk is a little unsettling. Oh, I remember this. I pick up this shotgun, lights go out, and I get attacked. Here we go. Oh, jeez, where are you? My gosh! Ugh! Alright, this new weapon. That shotgun was not near as useful as I wanted it to be. Alright, I need to collect this stuff. And then I need to angle my body in a direction that I'll sensibly know where to go when I load this save again. Right? I just came in this door, so we're going to go this way. Okay? This way. That's our save. Yes, that's just fine. Okay. So we're in the final hour of the stream for tonight now. Good question, Balmy Leader 6980, who asks, what's a backlog? Seriously. Yeah, it's a very gamery kind of term. As far as I know, I don't think I've heard it used in other entertainment contexts, but a backlog is games that you have purchased, or entertainment items that you have purchased that you have not yet enjoyed or consumed or used, at least not to their fullest. Maybe you haven't touched them at all, but it's your intention to get around to them. Maybe you have enjoyed them some, but for whatever reason you haven't finished your experience with them, and so they are kind of like on this what's called a building backlog of things that you eventually are going to check off and complete, you know. So yeah, it's the etymology. I wonder what that has. Probably something to do with like a log. Like a log is like a record, and maybe you're kind of checking boxes. That'd be my guess. Is that's somehow where that comes from. But yeah. Anyway, that's what a backlog is. And so tonight has largely been about trying to have just some fun, light way of encouraging you to take a second look at your backlog. Anybody who's watching, and myself, instead of pulling the trigger on purchasing some new thing and getting a better handle on the finances that God has given us in the process of that. Okay, so that was BioShock. That was BioShock. 11,000 users have it in their backlog at howlongtobeat.com. So yeah, that's right. Let's see here. I don't think I said this. I didn't read the little review bit, but it's got a 96 on Metacritic. It has their little badge or stamp of must play. It's a must play game. IGN said of BioShock, there is art here. BioShock stands as a monolithic example of the convergence of entertaining gameplay and an irresistibly sinister, engrossing storyline that encompasses a host of multifaceted characters. This is an essential gaming experience, which you can ignore if you don't already own this game. But if you have this in your backlog and haven't played it or haven't played it to completion, then there's a reminder that this is a game worth checking off of your backlog list. And finally, final game of the night, the number one game on our community list with 13,100 users at howlongtobeat.com who have this one in their backlog are like, I should get to that game. Haven't gotten to it or haven't finished it yet. I should get to that. Combining both the numbers for its original release and its more recent special edition release is where we get that number 13,100. Is the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. So let me fire that up and then I'll read the little blurbs here for it. So this one got a 96 on Metacritic, same as BioShock, also a must-play. And IGN, of its original release, said, it's difficult to ever feel completely satisfied with a play session of Skyrim, and that's really true. There's always one more pressing quest, one more unexplored tract of land, one more skill to increase, one more butterfly to catch. It's a mesmerizing game that draws you into a finely crafted fictional space packed with content that consistently surprises. The changes made since Oblivion are many and result in a more focused and sensible style of play where the effects of every decision are easily seen. Featuring the same kind of thrilling freedom of choice the Elder Scrolls series is known for, along with beautiful visuals and a stirring soundtrack, playing Skyrim is a rare kind of intensely personal, deeply rewarding experience, and one of the best role-playing games yet produced. So yeah, chances are, if this one's in your backlog, you have put some time into it, and so you kind of know a lot of what this game is about. But it's worth being reminded that there is so much going on in this game. I, a number of months ago, finished a Let's Roleplay series that was exclusive to patrons over at patreon.com/SpiritBlade Productions, playing through the entire game as Eldarest. And had a lot of fun with that. Just the main campaign. But all the roleplay dialogue options you have to play with the kind of personality you want to play as, and with the skills that you want to build your character to have, I mean, it's not much like these games. I keep wanting other companies to fill the void left by Elder Scrolls and Fallout games when they aren't being released, you know? And there aren't many companies that take a crack at that, you know? I think Two Worlds, 1 and 2, were going for some of that Oblivion vibe and some of those Oblivion systems and that open world fantasy action RPG stuff. I think Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning was going for it. And I just wish more companies would go for it, man. Sure, you're going to be compared to the Elder Scrolls games, and you know you're going to fall short, probably. But man, The Witcher 3, for as celebrated as that game was, and as compared as it was to Skyrim, does not fulfill me like Skyrim, because I have to be Geralt of Rivia. You know, I can't be the character that I want to create from my imagination. So there's just nothing like Skyrim. And here we've got, I realized, this coming November 2021 is going to be the 10-year anniversary of the original release of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. So I hope they have something cool cooked up. We've already got a special edition. I don't want a special edition. What I'd really like, and I put this on my wish list for E3 every year. It's been on my wish list every year since 2015. I want a new campaign in Skyrim. I want a new just, you can give me the same world, the same dungeons, you can, you know, give it all to me. You know, just like just reset everything, maybe move monsters around or something, put some new monsters in. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Give me just a new campaign in this world that's like, I don't know, 80 years after Skyrim, or 80 years before Skyrim. I don't know. Just give me a new campaign. I mean, originally what I was really wanting was Skyrim New Vegas, you know, just a totally new game in probably a new location, but that uses the same engine. But at this point, I would be happy with the same map and just a new campaign with new things going on in these dungeons, new monsters, and I am now playing as Shaden. This is the playthrough that I had been doing before I did the Let's Play series, where I'm playing as kind of a roguey guy who also does some magic. And really is into alchemy, really is into potions, and like buffing himself with potions and enchanting his weapons and armor. He's, you know, good at making weapons and armor, weapons more so, and boosting them with poisons and enchantments and stuff like that. Rugged Warrior says, I thought about getting the VR version of Skyrim, but wasn't a price I wanted to pay. Yeah, I mean, if I went the VR route, this and No Man's Sky would be like the two games that I would want to play, but I want new games that I haven't played that are like No Man's Sky and Skyrim. That would maybe entice me to pull the trigger on VR. I don't know if just the novelty of VR in these games that I've already played hundreds of hours of is going to be enough. Let's see here. So, Balmy Leader, now understanding the idea of a backlog, says, well, that means Black Ops 1, No Man's Sky, Doom 1, Doom 2, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Dishonored 1, and Prey is in my backlog. Some of these are in Game Pass. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think those are probably some pretty common backlog games for a lot of people. In fact, some of them might even be in the top 10 for most backlog games at How Long to Beat. We'll see when I read that list here in a little bit. Let's see, do I need to crouch right now? That's right. Maybe I'll try to do third person for a little bit. I know that people like that in streams, and I can understand why. I just really don't like third person for Skyrim, but for you guys, I'll try it for a bit and see how it goes. Nice. Sure, we'll take it. Nice. Very good. Yeah, I love these components that I can only find down here. These the gear oil or whatever it is. Oops, missed. Oh crap, somebody's coming. Ow! Ugh, can't do it. Alright. Yeah, when I get into the thick of it, that third person just does not work for me. I tried. I did switch over into third person for most of my Let's Roleplay series. I should probably pick up this ebony ore. I think I'll want it later on. Ooh, I think I need to adjust the brightness. I almost walked right over that cliff. I've got more lights when I'm streaming. I got all these lights in my room, and it makes my room have just, yeah, makes it harder to see. So, all right. Yeah, okay. That'll do, I guess.
Lost.
Oh. Nice. Yeah, one thing that I like about this game is because of all the systems that it has in play, you can kind of create a headcanon in your mind of who you want to be in this world, you know? You can build yourself a house, you can kind of, I mean, the more systems games like this have, the more you can kind of imagine your headcanon story for who you are and what your place is in a fictional world. And I love that in games that are built that way.
All these metal things ignoring us.
Avanshenzell is waiting.
Waiting for what?
No one seems to know. Perhaps the return of the Dwemer. Perhaps the end of the world.
Best get rid of the ones we see, just in case.
Let's see here. Balmy Leader says, in Fallout 4 I have a female character, and when I try to play as her, it takes me to my Xbox home screen. I haven't tried it on my male character, but my game might be broken or I lost a character. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I haven't heard of that kind of thing happening before. Rugged Warrior says, keep talking, Nobody Explodes for the PS4/VR last year. And played it with my dad and sister last year for Christmas. Oh, that sounds fun. I mean, if you liked being really stressed out and possibly angry at each other for fun. I've never actually gotten angry with anybody playing that game, but tense, yes. It's one of those games that you have to be okay with losing, I think. You go into it knowing you're going to blow up at some point. Ooh, Flawless Amethyst. Well, that would be good to sell at some point. And I love the feeling of acquiring wealth and then thinking about the different things I can spend it on to upgrade me or to upgrade my home or to get training to upgrade my skills, buy components for my potion making.
Lost.
Very good. Wait, did somebody just shoot an arrow at me? Nice. Nice. I don't get it, Balmy Leader says, can we get a F in the chat for Jane, my female character? I don't know what that means to give you an F in the chat. Maybe just somebody, you want people to type F's in a show of respect of some kind? For, I don't know. That's probably an internet thing that cool kids know about that I don't know about. Dwarven oil. Yes. Can I not get in there? Okay, no, that's fine. Oh, wait, is this a door? This is a door. Here we go. Ah, crap. Ah. I think if I finish this dungeon... dang it. 76. I think I had exactly 76 lockpicks in Kingdoms of Amalur at some point tonight. There we go. I think if I finish this dungeon...
You should have hired a thief. We are thieves, you fool. We're stealing the cube. And yet none of us can pick a damned lock.
I can. I think I might do some of the vampire hunting quests that I never did in my first playthrough of this game. Because I went the route of becoming a vampire and like a vampire lord, which was really cool when you have adopted kids and you come home and you're like all in your vampire lord form. And you're like, leathery wings. Bleh. And the kids run up to you like, Papa, you're home! But this time around, I definitely feel more like an exterminator of vampires than a vampire themselves. Is that something I can grab? Reminds me a little bit of the crystals in Oblivion. Which Oblivion, by the way, is a great game to go back to. I mean, sure, the graphics... and that was in my... that was in my list of bang for buck games last year, I'm pretty sure. I think I played a little bit of it during that stream. That's still a great game to come back to. Yes, it has a different aesthetic, a brighter aesthetic, a smoother and simpler aesthetic. And yes, you can complain about the faces and different things like that, but the system and the world, and you can still, in so many ways, decide who you are and what your place is in the world in Oblivion. Great game to go back to. Balmy Leader says, respect the life and mourn the death man. I don't know. Should there be a comma after death? Like, you're saying that to me, like, respect the life and mourn the death man. Or do you mean, like, mourn the death man? I know you're probably trying to explain to me what the F in the chat is supposed to signify, but I'm still feeling lost. I'm sorry. Oh, of your character, your Fallout character that that basically glitched out and died. So it's like a it's like the F key is like taking off of the hat somehow. Interesting. I mean, that's what I'm guessing. You haven't confirmed that, but
It is planning on starting a fire. It is large indeed. I did not anticipate a Vanshinsel's size or the time needed to uncover the entrance. A few hours sleep and we should be ready to continue through.
Maybe we should turn back. I don't want to sleep here.
Drennan, you do understand that the lexicon at the bottom of this place holds the accumulated memories of centuries of Dwemer.
Not to mention our pay.
So?
So we're not turning back, you fool.
Besides, you're not scared of a few sleeping metalmen, are you, Drennan?
all right, let's see here. Okay, confirmation from Balmy Leader that my hypothesis was correct. Thank you for that. Gosh, I don't want to miss something. Oh, jeez, what the crap? Oh my gosh. Oh, how far back am I going to be sent now? That was insane. That was insane. What difficulty am I on? I should check and see. I'm on the easiest difficulty, and somehow I got slaughtered by that trap. That was nuts. All right. Oops. I should have stayed sneaking. That's how I would have done more damage to these guys. Here I thought I was just going to wreck house and make my way through here real fast, but that was not the way to go. Oh my gosh, we got to watch me play all this over again.
I told you, we should have hired a thief.
Yeah. Oops. Dude, if I wasn't streaming, I would have been like, I'm done. You're going to insta-kill me like that and send me back this far? I'll try again in a month. I hate repeating material in games. And I almost never have to in this one. That was so crazy. Come on now. Oh, dang it. Okay. I went the wrong way. Oh, come on now. We're close. Oh, still further to the right. Okay. What? Boy, it says adept, but I feel like the sweet spot is more narrow than... Oof.
We are thieves, you fool. We're stealing the cube.
And yet none of us can pick and lock.
All right. Balmy Leader says, I mean, it's sad she was so young, like a level 10 or 15. That is very sad. Come on now. Ugh. I have put, I mean, 800 hours total into various playthroughs of this game, I think, at this point. And I confess that the mod for auto lockpicking has been tempting for me to download a few times. Haven't done it yet. Have I been in here? I should save again. At least a quick save. Yeah, because there's another little animated thing. I really got sent back unacceptably far.
Take care not to set any.
Okay, yeah, you guys talk. I'm gonna keep going. Oops, wrong button. Was it here? Was it this door? I'm thinking it was this door. So where was that trap? Oh, it was right here. Here we go. All right. Rugged Roy says, not seeing a lot of sky in this Skyrim playthrough. That's very true. Which is kind of the way I prefer it. I really do like dungeon crawls in RPGs. Balmy Leader says, if you were surprised by that trap in Skyrim, then wait till you see the Tomb Raider Rise of the Tomb Raider Rise of the Tomb Raider. Yeah, is that the name of the movie or the first of the kind of rebooted games? I've played some of the first of the rebooted games. I didn't get very far. I just lost interest. I didn't run into the traps yet. But I've seen enough videos of Lara dying brutally and horribly that I'm like, nah, these games are not for me, unfortunately. I will gladly go to the recent Assassin's Creed games for my person in the wilderness with a bow. Let's do quick save again. All right. Yeah, much less death that time, which is the way I prefer it. That could be useful later. Good times. Man. Any guesses or hopes for what they might do for a 10-year anniversary? I mean, I don't even know if they'll announce anything related to the 10-year anniversary this E3. It seems like if they're going to do something of any significance, they would say something. That just seems like an anniversary, especially since they have left this game and still haven't really even started properly on the next Elder Scrolls game. You would think that there'd be something. They're not going to let that pass. But what could they do other than a special edition or a more special edition? This game has been released on toasters. It's on everything. What more could they do? How could they properly recognize a 10-year anniversary? I don't know. I mean, I can think of what it would take for me to feel like it was properly recognized, but I don't think they're going to put in that much time and effort. But that is, though, why my mind settles in particular on the idea of a new campaign in the same land. New campaign, same land. But gosh, that would still require so much work. Because they'd have to have voice actors and stuff for it to be a proper Bethesda thing. Unless they've been working on it totally in stealth mode for the last year. But this is the worst year. This has been the worst year for video game production and all kinds of businesses. Yeah. I think what's more likely is that we'll get an announcement on the anniversary of the cool thing that they're doing to honor the anniversary, which is not actually coming until sometime in 2022. I don't need this. Oh, I do have a melee weapon here, don't I? Yeah. I gotta remember that. So when I get in a bind... Yeah, okay. So I don't want to use this now. But I gotta remember that. Because when those robot things were attacking me, I kept using a bow at them, and I should have switched over to my sword. Okay, yeah, Balmy Leader clarifies this 2015 game, the Tomb Raider 2015 game. Oh my gosh, Rugged Warrior says someone actually did a Lara with a branch through her neck cosplay. Ugh, good freaking gravy. Rugged Warrior says Skyrim on the PlayStation, PlayStation 2, and NES. Oh boy. I'd buy it. I'd buy a little 16-bit spritey Skyrim. I'd buy that. What's wrong with me? I mean, not in first person. I wouldn't want to play it in first person, you know. Boy, I'm a sneaker. But I tell you what, doing this backlog burn, this community backlog burn, is not necessarily good for my backlog burn purposes, because I'm being reminded of these games that I have that I haven't touched in a while that are really cool and that I can really get some more enjoyment out of. And I was so focused on these other games and getting these other games finished in my backlog. And now I'm being distracted by these other great games that I have that technically I could get more fun out of. Oh well. I just got to lean into the discipline of not buying games. And I'm really going to try and do that more when I review games, is not buy them. I did have a greater tendency to buy them for a while there. And I think that's, you know, COVID has been such a horrible, horrible thing for so many people. That's one small positive that I could point to, at least in my life, is the slowdown of release in games has been good for me. And my tendency toward buying things I don't really have an immediate use for. Nice. Love that. I love that when I get them in one shot. That is super satisfying.
Lost.
Very nice. I think it was after playing the Assassin's Creed games that I really took to doing this rogue playthrough. I mean, I've done a total, my gosh. This is, I think, my third character that I've substantially been playing through the game with. The first playthrough was a straight up, more of a fighter type. By the end, I was doing some roguey stuff. I definitely was doing lots of lockpicking because I love me some loot. Gotta get all the loot. But he was largely a sword swinger, you know, with a little bit of other things here and there. And then with this playthrough, which I started, I don't know, 3 to 5 years ago? Well, with the special edition, whenever that came out. I can't remember now. I think I'd been playing some Assassin's Creed games up to that point. I liked the idea of leaning into a stealthy, roguey, you know, one-hit kill kind of character. Oops, I could use that silver. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so Balmy Leader just says, announce to everybody that what I'm going to say is violent, but not in a weird way. It's actually funny. So just a little preface there that there's going to be a violent statement about to be made. How come in Mortal Kombat 11, when they get decapitated, they are still not laying on the ground? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with real-world decapitations, thankfully, to know exactly how the body behaves, really, when the head is suddenly removed. So I'm willing to just kind of roll with some of that kind of stuff, because mercifully, I have no idea how a body would behave. I mean, I suspect that it would collapse pretty soon after that, unless the knees are locked or something. I don't know.
I thought you said these things were sleeping. You said they were sleeping. I said they were waiting. It seems a few of them were waiting for someone to try and take the lexicon.
Great.
Getting a nice supply of the dwarven oil here. Oh, crap. I can never remember. There's like some of these scrap metals you can keep and then they're good for, you can melt them down. But others of them you can't. I think if it has an adjective before Dwemer scrap metal, like bent, I think this is one that can be melted down. I'm not sure. But I can make dwarven arrows with those, which are really great, among the better arrows that I can have. I generally don't like to make other dwarven equipment because it's too heavy. If I remember correctly, anyway. But the dwarven arrows I like to have. Oh man, lots of stuff going on here. Oh, missed. Ugh, missed. Ah, missed again. Go. Is that all of them?
Lost.
I think maybe. Okay. So, anybody who's played Skyrim in the past, what kind of build or class or whatever do you like to play as? Race or skill sets? What do you like to lean into? What do you like to, and then what do you like to do in the world? Maybe just the story missions, or other types of stuff you like to take on? Is that something I can kill? I don't think so. Alright. I think we're good. Kinda dark, having trouble seeing. Alright, I think I can stop sneaking. These guys do make me nervous, though. Are they lootable? Oh, good. Okay, so they're dead. Ebony arrows, yeah. Huh. I can never remember if these things are worth picking up or not. I'll leave them for now. Yeah, Dwemer Cog, that's no good. Flawless Ruby. Grand Soul Gem, but it's empty. Well, but how much is it worth? For so little weight, that's a mighty fine price. Nice, all those ebony arrows. Gosh, yeah. If I wasn't streaming, I'd Google right now. It'd be like Centurion Dynamo Core. What can I use it for? I think every time I do that, I think it's going to be usable for something, and it's just not really. Oh, yeah. There we go. Filled to the Grand Soul. Large Dwemer Plate Metal. I think that one I can melt down. Sapphire. Good to sell. Okay. Let's see here. Solid Dwemer metal. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that is needlessly heavy. Dwarven bolts. I might have a use for those. And I don't think they weigh anything, so. All this loot. Me likey. Large swimmer, I think so. I think, yep. Dwarven bolt, sure, we'll take them. Alright, I think we've had enough of this room. There's probably more loot I could pick up, but I kind of want to move things along a little bit. But maybe do a quick save, Pater. Because who knows when Crazy Death Trap is going to appear. Drennan, what happened? I introduced my dad to this game a number of months ago. We get together once a month and we alternate which one of us picks something to do. Usually it's almost always a movie. But the idea is to just kind of like share some of our interests and our preferences and stuff with the other and introduce them to some things they wouldn't otherwise be exposed to, you know. So I chose Skyrim because I just thought, you know, that's such a huge famous game for him to at least have a familiarity with it, so that if he's talking to some, you know, teenager or 20-something at church, he can connect with them on the topic of Skyrim or whatever, you know.
We shouldn't be here. I'm sorry.
And unfortunately, I didn't anticipate what trouble he would have with the camera. I mean, he was doing this kind of the whole time. It could not figure out how to use both sticks at the same time. I have a Bible study mentor too. I tried to introduce him to Portal, and he ended up doing this in Portal. And I was baffled. I've virtually grown up with the two sticks, and so seeing someone do this was like, oh man, how can I help you? So there was, you know, eventually he was just kind of like, well, why don't you just play it and I'll just watch you play it, and you know. So eventually we did that, but I was able to show him, you know, before we got going, a little bit of documentary footage about the making of the game, and some points I thought that he would connect with and appreciate, namely the making of the score, because my dad is both my parents actually are retired music teachers, public school music teachers, and music is a big part of their life, always has been. And so I specifically went to the documentary footage that's online that shows how they did the music for it. And they used a legit orchestra, legit choir. I mean, they really gave it the proper treatment. And as a musician, he could really appreciate, you know, the quality, effort, and work that had been put into that. And then also that Christopher Plummer's in this. He has a support role. He's kind of like one of the main guys you talk to that teaches you about the shout, if I remember correctly, or somebody, I can't remember who, but of course he knows him from The Sound of Music and from a bunch of other movies and stuff, and so seeing him do some of his voice recording and stuff, and I think gave him some appreciation that, oh, video games are being made by some of the same people that I enjoy seeing in movies and stuff, and of course, many of us gamers have known for a long time that the video game industry has actually well eclipsed the film industry in terms of the money that's in it, and the money that it makes. But for someone like my dad, I think it was a bit of a novelty, you know, to realize, oh, not that I think it necessarily, you know, like elevated it in his mind as an art form or something like that. I don't think he has any particular disrespect for video games, but you know, I think there is something novel about that realization that, oh, like these actors that we consider legit and respected and stuff are now doing video games, you know. So that was fun to introduce him to Skyrim. Let's see. Oh, hi, Austin Marsden. He says, thanks for what you do, Pater. I hope you are doing well. Have you ever tried playing Destiny 2? So funny you bring that up. And really great to interact with you, Austin. I'm not sure if we've ever interacted before, but thanks for chiming in and for your appreciation. I appreciate that. I am doing well, thank you. I've not tried playing Destiny 2, but for the Summer of Free, which is a summer event that I do every year on the YouTube channel and have been doing for even longer on the Christian Geek Central podcast, I try to point to free entertainment options, and this summer it's going to have a little bit of it's going to have a particular focus on free video games that can be enjoyed as a single player, focused player, as opposed to, because there's MMOs and stuff like that, and free massively multiplayer games of all kinds are a dime a dozen. But there are a growing number of games, whether they are also happen to be MMOs or whether they're not. There's a growing number of games that have appeal for single players that are on consoles. It used to be that only cool free games could be discovered on PC, but they're really showing up on console now. And so my focus for the Summer of Free this year is going to be to point out free movies that are available on free streaming services and free console games that are available on modern consoles that would have appeal to even single-player video gamers. And Destiny 2 is one that I think I read a review or a couple of reviews from a solo player perspective that basically said that, yeah, you can actually enjoy the main campaign as a solo player. And so I'm planning on giving that a try this summer and probably featuring it as one part of the installments of the Summer of Free this year. So it's funny that you should bring that up, because that's definitely, it's been on my mind and something I'm looking forward to trying out and seeing if it might be for me. Oh, geez. Okay. Does he see me yet? Ah, crap. Okay, so here's what I was talking about. We got to get out the Dawnbreaker. Oh, man, that's not doing much better. All right. So that could have gone better. And Austin Marston says, for my playstyle in Skyrim, I'm usually an orc that uses heavy armor and melee weapons. Yeah, I think I keep forgetting about the different races that are available in Skyrim. I think if I were to start a new playthrough from scratch, I would definitely go non-human. I would probably go with orc, and probably something that's just more of a full-on fighter kind of guy. The subclass of fighter. And Austin also adds, The Elder Scrolls Online is a good game to play too. I did try a little bit of that. I haven't given it probably all the time that it needs to give it a chance to sink its teeth into me, or get its hooks into me, or whatever phrase you want to pick from. But yeah, I've heard that as well. Oh, we are just about out of time here. Sorry, I suppose like these sneaky, stabby kind of crawls through a dungeon are not as exciting as some of the more bombastic, action-y, spells explosive-y kinds of runs that I could be doing. But it sure is satisfying to me. This dungeon is going on for a bit, though. Oh, good. He says we're almost there.
Something doesn't feel right.
Ooh. This is what I want, is these ingots. Okay, so I should probably save, since it sounds like things didn't work out well for them. Oh, yeah, these are traps. So we're going to sidestep those. That would have been pretty bad. Yeah, okay. And what do we got here? Oh, that probably just turned off the trap if it was turned on and going haywire behind me. Hello, Suede Knight. Suede Knight asks, Peter, how are you this evening? I'm doing pretty well. I am feeling the fatigue a little bit, as is always the case when I do these 4-hour streams that end at around 9 o'clock. I'm usually pretty ready for them to be done when the time comes. My gosh, what is going on there? Are those ghosty mech things or presently active mech things? Oh, they're ghosty ones, but probably means they're going to wake up when I go in there. Rugged Warrior says, this feels more like a sci-fi world. It does. When you get in these dwarven ruins, it gets very kind of steampunky. And Balmy Leader says, regarding Skyrim and what you play as, I play as a female character most of the time, but in this free RPG that I forgot the name of, I picked this giant kind of character. Okay, that sounds cool. Yeah, it's not. I can't think of many RPGs that let you play as like a giant. Maybe mostly because that would probably interfere with the space and the traversal and stuff going on in the world and the scale it's built for. But anyway, well, it's time to wrap up here. But I wanted to just rattle off really quick, in case you guys were curious, the top 10 most backlogged games on how long to beat, and these are all getting up into, I think, the tens of thousands of people. So at number 10, Darksiders. That surprised me a little bit, but maybe because the franchise has kind of gotten some new life in it in recent years that people are like, I should go back and give that first one a try. So maybe that's what's going on there. Number 9, Fallout New Vegas, which, as I said, I am planning on doing a summer Let's Play series that will be a live stream series. So you guys will hopefully join me for that and chat with me while I'm playing as a Terminator in my headcanon through Fallout New Vegas. So that'll be coming up starting in just a month or so here. At number 8 is Dishonored, which I enjoyed a lot of, but got a little puzzly for me, but clearly a really well-made game. And then at number 7, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, but that's only the original release. When I put it at number 1 and gave you the number of like 13.1 thousand or 13,100, that's combining the original release and the special edition. But this is just the original release, puts it at number 7. Number 6, Borderlands 2, which I also have, and just didn't quite feel like playing tonight. Number 5, BioShock Infinite. Number 4, The Witcher 2. And that's probably a lot because of The Witcher 3. People are like, oh man, Witcher 3, awesome. I should really play The Witcher 2. I should really give that a try. Because I don't think The Witcher 2 is celebrated near as much as The Witcher 3. Number 3, BioShock. Number 2, BioShock 2. And in number 1, The Witcher 3, which again is beat out by Skyrim when you gather together those two different editions. But anyway, these are games that many players, thousands of players, that just, and that's limited to the ones that logged in and gave their information to how long to beat. All felt like these are games that I have and I should really get around to. So if I didn't mention a game that's in your backlog that you're interested in, again, I would recommend taking advantage of those marketing materials, hype content online, watch good positive reviews of them, revisit the preview materials and the trailers and stuff like that, and let those marketing campaigns actually work to save you money by getting you reinterested in games that you already have that you could probably get a good amount more enjoyment out of, and in that way lean into a little bit the discipline of contentment, which is something that I find I really want to develop more and more in my life. And so this live stream was just one small little encouragement for all of us to kind of look for ways to be content with what we already have. So thank you for coming. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Let's see here. And Austin Marston says, thanks for your responses, Peter. Sounds good regarding Destiny 2 and this summer. And Borderlands 2 is a really great game. Yes, I think that I will probably have a better chance of enjoying it by playing through it with my son my youngest, we started playing a little bit of the first Borderlands months ago. I don't know if we'll stick with it, but if we do, then I think Borderlands 2 will probably be next after that. But anyway, thank you guys so much for coming out and keeping me company. I always really, really appreciate it, and you guys sharing some of this geeky stuff you're into and asking questions, and it just makes these streams what they are. So thank you so much for being a part of it. And the next, let's see here, Summer of Free is going to start in just a few weeks. And then what was I going to mention? Oh yeah, I can just really quickly rattle off the dates for those the live streams that are coming up. But it's May 21st, June 11th, and I'll promote these when we get closer to them. But just to give you an idea of how they'll be spaced out: May 21st, June 11th, July 16th, and July 23rd. It'll be 2 hours each of those nights that I'm planning to play Fallout New Vegas as a Terminator in my headcanon. Looking forward to that. Although plans might change if a new Bioshock game gets announced, I might pivot and make that into a Bioshock Let's Play series. We'll see. But anyway, Balmy Leader says, you let your kids play Borderlands. You're a cool parent. Well, we make those choices, Holly and I, very carefully. We talk about what content is in the game, the sensitivities of each kid, how they react to different types of entertainment, different types of content, and so it's a very considered decision. But yeah, it seemed to be a good fit for him where he's at right now, and it was fun playing it with him. So hopefully he'll be interested in doing more of that or some other game that we can reasonably enjoy together. All right, that's it for now, guys. Thanks, Austin Marson, who says have a good night and God bless. Thank you all so much for coming out tonight, and I will talk to you another time. Thanks. Bye-bye.